Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Uncivil Law, where, as always, we learn through the misfortunes of others. For today's live stream, we are turning into the Black Swan murder trial. The facts of the case are roughly thus. Ashley Benefield is a dancer, a ballerina, and she married her husband, who is 30 years her senior, after less than a 2-week-long whirlwind romance. How exciting. So they were married, and things were going well for a while, but then maybe not so much. So they were moving to Maryland, apparently, and there was apparently a dispute about whether or not they're moving together or not, which is always an exciting place to be. Are we still married? Are we not married? Apparently, it's a little ambiguous on this, but here is what we think occurred. There were collections of their things that were packed together, and this apparently resulted in some sort of dispute relating to whether or not they were moving together or not. Okay? Apparently, this then resulted in her shooting the husband. She says out of self-defense. She says that he was threatening him. And she says that that's what's happened. So that's basically the long and short of this case. We got a husband, 30 years the senior. Things apparently have not turned out. They have things packed together. There's a dispute over things packed together. There's some sort of confrontation. A gun is fired. Someone has died. Okay, fine. So we're going to watch the testimony of the defendant herself as she's taken the stand, plus the cross-examination, as we try to hear a little bit more about what she says happened, according to her. And we'll evaluate it as far as we go. So, okay, let's go ahead and get started with this.
As you've heard me tell other witnesses, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left to right. And if you speak in a loud, clear voice, the electronics will pick up everything.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor.
Good morning. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name, please?
Ashley Christina Benefield, Benefield.
How are you feeling this morning, Ashley?
Nervous.
All right. Try the best you can to relax, and we'll get through this.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit, Ashley, about where you were born and raised.
I was born in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I grew up in Annapolis, Maryland.
What type of family values were instilled in you?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
I believe in the importance of kindness and compassion, and hard work, accountability.
Okay, a little self-serving, but all right.
What type of work did your father do?
Objection relevant.
Basic background, overruled.
My dad was a Naval Academy graduate who was a Navy pilot, and then started flying privately for the airlines, which is what he still does.
And how about your mom?
When I was born, my parents decided that my mom would stay home to take care of me full time since my dad traveled so much.
I want to ask you a few questions about your childhood. Did you have any siblings?
I grew up an only child.
Were your parents active in your development as a child?
Yes, they were very active in my schooling and supportive of my pursuit of the arts.
Hold on 1 second, I'm sorry. We need some headsets.
Sorry.
How many? We need to use request to speak up. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not buying this right now, to be honest.
All right, Ms. Benefield, yeah, if you could scoot a little bit closer and speak up so the jury.
Yeah, I'm not buying this right now. She's coming off as fakely meek. She's coming off as fakely demure. I'm not really buying this right now. All right, let's see how it goes.
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Do the best
I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
Sure, do the best you can, Ashley.
Okay.
Do you have any hobbies?
I love art. I like drawing, painting, sculpting, ballet. I enjoy gardening, baking, cooking. Most importantly, I'm a mom.
What high school did you attend?
I'm going to sustain at this point.
I'm trying to establish her ballet, Your Honor.
Yeah, I would have allowed it.
All right.
I would have allowed it. Like, it's just basic kind of throwaway foundation, but because you're trying to understand the person, right? And it's the witness and it's the defendant themselves. So like basic, right? It's just trying to understand the person, because this is all going to, well, if you're trying to make character the issue, at least in part, then you're trying to show her character, which of course can be rebutted, but it's basic foundational stuff. So it's like, yeah, I have no problem with this as a judge. This is fine. You know, it's, yeah, all right, whatever.
If it's related to something specific, then yes.
Sir. Thank you. Tell us about your high school, Ashley.
I went to a small private Christian school.
And did you study anything in particular in high school?
I was focused on pursuing ballet.
And was ballet a large part of your curriculum when you were in high school?
Yes, I danced full time. I actually finished my last few credits my senior year with an homeschool program for athletes, so I could dance during the day.
Man, she is just rubbing me the wrong way. I tell you what, man, she is just rubbing me the wrong way. She is coming off as fakely meek, fakely weak. She is coming off, she's trying to present herself through her tone and intonation as some sort of meek little flower that if you just look at her the wrong way, she'll wilt. And she's trying to come off like she has no strength or personality of her own, like at all. She's just a delicate little flower that is best left in a glass case. Oof, man. Yeah, I'm having trouble buying this one.
Do you still dance professionally?
No.
Why not?
I retired after I tore my hamstring.
I want to ask you about
Is she 12?
when did the two of you meet?
We met August 25th of 2016.
And tell us what your impression of him was when you met.
He was very confident in who he was, passionate about what he was doing for work. He was fascinating to talk to.
What was it, if you recall in particular, that attracted him, Ashley?
He was funny, very smart, charming.
Was it any of this by any
We
chance?
just instantly clicked.
Was it any of this by any chance? Just
Was
guessing.
Doug in the military?
Yes, just like my dad, he was in naval aviation.
Did he turn out to be who you thought he was?
No, not at all.
Well,
wanted-
you know, not for nothing, but this probably would be a pretty decent reason why not to marry someone less than 2 weeks after you meet them. You know, maybe you want to get to know someone just a little bit better. Just saying.
Direct your attention, Ashley, now, if I can, to the day of the homicide, September 27, 2020.
Okay.
Specifically, late in the afternoon, would you tell us why Doug was at your home?
He came over to help load some of the larger items that my mom and I had kind of pre-staged in the garage into the U-Haul truck.
And were there any discussions between the two of you about the order that these things should be placed in the back of the truck?
Yes, we had discussed that my things would be going in last, right at the front, so they would be easy to get out first. At one point, he had me help him load one of the larger pieces into the back of the U-Haul truck. And when I was up in the truck with him, I realized that everything had been all like mixed together and it was no longer separated. And I pointed that out to him, and he got really offended and upset. He said, "It shouldn't be your stuff, your house, my house."
Was there a particular demand he made at that time?
He said I needed to start acting like a wife.
Tell us at that point how you chose to deal with him.
I tried to change the subject. I could see how upset he was getting. So I wanted to kind of alleviate that.
And how was Doug reacting to your efforts to do that?
He was getting more upset and aggressive and threatening.
Do you attempt to avoid confrontation with him?
Yes.
What do you do?
I was trying to get him to leave. I kept suggesting that maybe we should be done, saying that I was tired. We should just wrap it up for the day.
And what was Doug's reaction to that effort?
He heard me, but he completely disregarded what I was saying.
As he has every right to. As he has every right to. If it's his house, right? This is one of those things that always irritates me a little bit when you hear this idea. Like, it's like, okay, we're having problems. You need to leave. It's like, no, you need to leave, right? This is my house, right? If you don't feel comfortable here, you can leave, but you can't make me leave. So this always irritates me a little bit. Like, okay, we're having problems. Things aren't going well. Okay, you need to leave the house. No, maybe you need to leave the house. Well, I don't have anywhere to go, but he does, right? So how's this fair, right? If it's his property, he has every right to be there. I mean, legal 101, right? So yeah, it was his mother's house. Okay. When I said it's his house, I didn't necessarily mean in terms of who owned it. I meant in terms of his right to be there, right? That would whether it's his house in that sense. So even assuming it's his mother's house by deed, right? He might have a possessory interest in it as essentially a tenant. So the point still remains. Pressing on.
Ashley, would you tell us if there came a time shortly thereafter where there was physical contact between the two of you?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
All right. And still, if it's her mom's house, still the same analysis, by the way, legally. Okay. Even if it's her mom's house. Okay. Now he's a tenant. All right. And first of all, she would not have any particular interest. She wouldn't have any ability to kick him out. First of all, it would be the mom, if anyone, because it's the mom's house, right? So she doesn't have a superior property claim at law, right? So first of all, the only person with a superior property interest would be the mom. Second of all, even if the mom asked him to leave, she may or may not be able to do that depending on the operative law, because if he's living there on a regular basis, he's a tenant, and that make him with rights under the operative state law. So can we move past this point? Because I think I've sort of exhausted the legal analysis. He wasn't a tenant? Yeah, he was. He was living there, right? That makes him a tenant. Yeah, he's a tenant. Yeah, legally, okay. Again, your operative state law is going to differ from place to place, but typically 30 days is a typical. So I'm just going to go out on some assumptions, right? It's like, okay, so let's assume that he's staying there for 30 days. He's probably legally a tenant. He may or may not have a lease. He's legally a tenant. He's a common law tenant. And that comes with certain rights. I mean, you can't just kick someone out of a place in which they're habitually living. That usually comes with rules. See, for example, squatters' rights in various jurisdictions for further analysis. He didn't live there? Okay. Well, if he didn't live there, then fine. Then you've got me. If he didn't live there, then fine. This entire analysis is moot, and you guys win. So if he doesn't live there on the regular, and she's telling him to leave, well, then you're closer legally. Okay, pressing on. He had never stayed there? Fine. All right, great. You guys win. You guys win the argument. Fine. You're making this into I'm not wrong about some comments? Well, apparently I was wrong. I made an assumption, and the assumption apparently was wrong. And then once I understood what you guys were trying to tell, see, here's what happened, right? This is great. So we could all understand how we learned together, right? And I showed you my thinking along the way, which is part of the dialogue, right? So it's like, okay, I made an assumption, and you guys came back with certain arguments. I'm like, okay, that argument doesn't work. That argument doesn't work. That argument doesn't work. And then you're like, oh, he didn't live there at all. I'm like, okay. So that argument that works. Then, having changed a fundamental factual premise under which my entire analysis was based, right? You blew away a factual pillar of my analysis. I'm like, oh, okay. Now that changes the legal analysis substantially. And then I revised my legal analysis based on the change. Wow. It's like, hey, it's like, what can you do, man? Right? All right, great.
We were in the living room, and as he came up to me, instead of walking past me, he walked right into me, like a body check. He bumped me.
His shoulder to your shoulder?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you can, the force of the bump.
It caught me off guard. I almost fell. I stumbled.
How was he acting at that point?
He was clearly hostile. He was mumbling under his breath and was glaring at me.
What was your concern?
By the way, in case it wasn't inherently obvious in the discussion we've just been having just now, I'm coming into this case pretty blind, right? I read one article just to get enough context to basically understand. I literally read one article. I never heard about this case. Well, that's not true. I kind of saw the headlines, but I never read anything about this case before today. The only thing I knew about this case going in before today was literally Black Swan murder trial. That was the total extent of my knowledge before today. I read one article just to get enough factual basis so that I could come into this and then react. And so I was like, oh, okay, here's the basic fact parameters, right? He's 30 years older. They got married less than a year. They're moving to Maryland. There's a dispute over who's moving together with whom, right? A fight ensues. He dies. The issue of self-defense, right? And so forth and so on. So yeah, I might get a fact wrong or two. You guys can continue to correct me. It's fine. But that way my reactions are more, well, based on what I'm hearing at least. So I guess there's something in there somewhere. Moving on. I love you guys. You guys are good chat. You guys are the great chat. You guys are great chat. And you treated me with respect, which I appreciate. Even if I was wrong, you treated me with respect. You didn't yell at me. You didn't get mad. And you found the argument that worked, and we worked together. We worked together to get to a better place. You and I together. We're a team. I love you guys. You're the best.
I could see that it was escalating, and I didn't want him to blow up at me.
Was there a second instance of physical contact?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
We were in the garage, and it was very much like the living room. I had just suggested strongly that I wanted to be done for the day, and as he came up to me, he walked right into me. Again, body checked me.
Okay.
Finally, was there a third instance of contact?
Yes.
What happened?
We were in the hallway, and we were coming opposite directions towards each other, and he had a box, and as he walked up to me, he looked me in the eye, and he drove the corner of the box up into me.
Where?
My side.
I mean, it's a little hard to know for sure, but these all could be fairly innocent things. I mean, as people are moving around, especially as they're moving through hallways, especially if they're carrying things, you might run into somebody. I don't know. It's It's, I don't know, it's a little bit, it's slightly odd, I think, to assume malice. I mean, I guess there's 3 of them, which is a little odd, but I don't know. Whatever. Also, I'd like to point out that someone, hitting someone walking in a hallway, right? Even assuming they're doing deliberately, someone walking in a hallway and like hitting you with a box doesn't exactly qualify as lethal self-defense time. I suppose you could use non-lethal self-defense in that situation, but yeah, all right, pressing on.
Indicating on your right side,
Yes, sir.
in the hip area.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What was the result of that?
Scratching. It burned.
Okay.
Moment, Ron.
Yes, sir.
I still don't believe her fake meekness, by the way.
Ashley, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibit numbers 8, 9, and 10.
He spent several years using DV to scare the crap out of her before this happened. Well, then presumably that testimony will come forth during this discussion, I would imagine. We'll see.
Approach.
Yeah, just do me a favor. Whenever you're holding them up, they were facing the jury until they're admitted.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 8, 9, and 10.
Yes, sir.
Domestic violence does not always equals bruises. Okay.
Will you tell us what exhibit 8 represents, Ashley?
It says scratch right here.
And was that scratch caused by the cardboard box that you just related?
Yes, sir.
When was that photograph taken?
The night of September 27th, 2020 at the sheriff's office.
Okay, and how about exhibit number 9?
He also abused his ex-wife, the dog, and the cat. Okay, but with respect to her, did he abuse her? Because we're going to her self-defense or not. You can't use someone's past behavior, right? Because that's just predilection. You can't do that, right? So what evidence is there of domestic violence with respect to him against her, right? You can't use someone's, in a criminal sense, you can't use someone's past behavior. Yes, you can. Okay. All right, fair, I guess. All right. He had no ex-wife. His first wife died of a heart attack in his sleep. Well, I guess that's an ex-wife of a kind. He hit her that night. Well, then presumably that will be testified to because she hasn't said that yet. Just keep watching. I'm trying to keep watching, but you guys keep interrupting me.
Also scratches on my side.
From the same incident?
Yes, sir.
Also taken that evening at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and exhibit 10?
The same scratches as in 9. They're just, it's a close-up.
Do these photographs, Ashley, truly and accurately reflect the scratches and bruises you received on late that afternoon on September 27, 2020?
Yes,
Do they accurately reflect how the scratches looked when they were fresh?
Yes.
Thank you. I move respectfully, Your Honor, defense
Late wife,
exhibits
not ex-wife.
8, 9, and 10 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They'll be received.
A person formerly known as wife.
What was your response, Ashley, after being struck by the cardboard box?
I apologized.
Why would you have apologized?
Because I could see how upset he was, and I didn't want him to get more mad at me.
Doug go after that incident?
He continued to the garage with the box.
And what happens at that point?
We started getting into a back and forth about being done for the day and what still needed to be packed and that I wanted to be done. And we ended up in our daughter's bedroom and he started screaming at me. He said, "Shut the fuck up." He started calling me names. And he said, "I can see what you're doing. You're trying to get me to leave." He said, "I don't have to leave. I can stay and spend the night if I want to because I'm your husband."
Well, that's not legally
At
correct.
that point, Ashley, how did you feel
Not because
with
you're the
respect to
husband.
your own personal
No, that doesn't
safety?
work.
I was scared.
Did you take any steps to try to avoid anything further?
Yes, I ran to try to leave the house
And where did you run to?
to the front door.
Did you make it?
No,
Tell us what happened.
he stopped me. He
How?
grabbed me by the hand and he yanked me back. I'm not really sure how he did it, but he spun around so he was in front of me, between me and the door.
So,
He said,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
"Where the fuck do you think you're going?"
What was your response? Do you specifically recall? Tell us.
I just blurted it out. I said, "I'm done and you need to leave now."
What was Doug's reaction to that command to leave now?
He said, "You can't fucking leave me."
Then what happens?
He hit me on the side of the head.
Hit you how?
Actually, I'm going to. It's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 7. Tell us what that represents.
It's a picture of my face.
Is it an accurate picture of what your face looked like on that night?
Yes, sir.
Who took that photograph?
I don't remember her name. She was at the sheriff's office.
At the sheriff's office? Okay. Now, what is it about that photograph that shows or reflects the slap or the hit that you got to the side of your head by Doug?
That side of my face is swollen and puffy and discolored around my eye.
And is your eyelid drooping
Yes,
on the side where you were hit?
yes.
Bleeding.
Your Honor, I move defense exhibit number 7 into evidence.
Received.
What was different at that moment, Ashley, than at any time in your prior relationship with Doug?
He had never actually hit me before.
What did you do?
I ran
Where?
to my room
Why?
because I was scared.
Ashley, did you have anything in your room that could protect you?
I had my gun.
Did you grab the gun?
Yes.
As you're grabbing the gun, what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the door hitting the doorstop.
As if it is open?
Yes.
And what do you see, Ashley, when you look up?
Doug was standing in the doorway. His face was red. Like the veins were bulging in his neck. The way he was looking at me, it didn't even look like Doug. His eyes were...
yell anything at you?
He said, "You're fucking done."
And what does he do at that point?
I held the gun like in front of me, and I said, "Stop." And he like turned and he got into this like a fighting stance. I got low, and he started like moving his arms and his hands around. And he was making these like jerking motions.
What were you expecting when you were holding the gun out in front of you and you told him to stop?
I thought when he saw it, he would leave.
Did he?
No.
At that point, Ashley, what are you thinking?
I thought he was gonna kill me.
Tell us what happens next.
He started coming towards me, and then he lunged at me, and I started pulling the trigger. And he just kept coming, and I remember trying to move to get away from him, but he kept coming at me.
Ashley, would you tell us why, if you're holding a loaded firearm, you were attempting to move away?
I was trying to get away from him. I was terrified.
All right, so you're firing. He keeps advancing. What happens next?
It was like his feet slipped out from under him and his legs went up in the air.
When Doug hits the floor, what's your immediate reaction?
I ran to
Jennifer, like, this is an interesting question. It's like, can you imagine actually going through DV, people telling you you're a liar and have no idea? Well, yeah, but that presupposes the very thing that we're arguing about, at least in part, right? It's like you're presupposing that that's domestic violence, and therefore, like, you're disbelieving it. It's like, yeah, we're trying to determine the fact of it, and right, and so I was like, I'm trying to determine the facts of it, and so I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of her claim. Like, yeah. I mean, if you can, as long as we're like trading hypotheticals, it's like if you're saying, can you imagine being a DV victim and people not believing you? It's like, well, can you imagine being a cold-blooded murderer and feigning DV or feigning weakness in a false attempt to gain sympathy? Can you imagine that? As long as we're imagining things.
get home.
Can you tell us how many shots you fired?
I have no idea. I was in a panic.
I should fact
Do you
check. That's why I'm
remember
watching the
anything
thing.
about the shooting beyond what
That's
you
why I'm watching it.
told us here?
That's why I'm watching it. I'm fact checking by literally watching it and choosing whether and trying to decide whether I believe her or not. This is as good as it gets when it comes to fact checking. There literally is no better way to do this. This is as good as it gets. I'm literally watching the primary material. There is no better authority. This is the best possible authority. I'm watching the primary material. This is fact checking. What more do you possibly want me to do? This is as good as it gets.
It was a blur.
Where did you run for help, Ashley?
To my neighbor's house.
What's your neighbor's name?
John Sant.
Ashley, I have to ask you a couple of very difficult questions. You okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Ashley, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you shot Doug.
I was scared to death. I thought he was gonna kill me. There was nowhere to go. I was trapped.
in my own house. He wouldn't let me leave.
Uh-huh.
As you sit here today, Ashley, how do you feel about what happened?
Horrible.
Uh-huh.
He's my child. So I'm going to have to explain it all to her.
Judge, I wonder, could we have a minute? Maybe a brief
This is
recess?
rubbing me so wrong. I do not believe this woman. I don't believe her. I don't believe her. I think it's an act. I think she's feigning. She's exaggerating at best. She is putting on a performance. This false meekness, it doesn't come off as accurate. And I don't believe her.
Compose herself.
All right. Members of the jury, if you could step out for a couple of minutes, we'll bring you right back. Just leave your notes where they are. You put them face down. Please don't begin your deliberations. You can. Case, or did anybody do it?
Who was in your bedroom?
It was in a storage bin. It was on top of my laundry basket.
Will you describe the storage bin?
It was like a square bin with hard sides and cloth covering the sides.
Do you remember how old Emerson, your child, was at the time of this incident?
About 2.
Was Emerson able to access that storage bin?
No,
Whose firearm was it?
mine.
Did you have a license?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, Ashley, what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 2. And Your Honor, I'd like to, if I could, put that up on the screen. Could we?
Are you from the Elmo?
For the blinds.
Oh, sure. And one more set of lights.
Any chance to see the exhibits? I can't show you what I don't have. If the court TV isn't showing them, I can't show them to you. I don't have anything
Ashley.
other than what I'm showing you.
Take a look at the picture on your concealed firearm license. And in particular, are we able to zoom in on the portrait, the picture? Yeah. Ashley, do your eyelids look the same in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Do they look different in the picture that we admitted after you were slapped?
Yes, sir.
Let's put the, you say no. Let's put Defendant's Exhibit Number 7 up on the screen.
Thank you, Tony P, for the gift membership. It's always appreciated. Thank you. Yeah. I'm not sure she's telling the truth, but I never want to discount DV victims. Yeah, but that's the very thing, right? You have to decide in advance. You don't want to don't want to discount a DV victim, but you have to decide if she's a DV victim. Because if she's not a DV victim, then you're not discounting a DV victim, right? So you still have to make the fundamental judgment call. It's like, is she a DV victim or not? Is she exaggerating or not? It's like she might be a liar, she might be partially lying, exaggerating, she might be telling the truth, but it's like you still have to make the fundamental judgment call. And so what else can you do?
Ashley, what side of your face did he hit you on?
The left side.
The left
The
side.
left side.
And as we're looking at this picture, it would be to
You
the
must
right.
know she's lying? No.
Correct.
That's not exactly what innocent until proven guilty means. That's not exactly correct, right? Innocent until because the jury weighs the facts, and the jury is entitled to the conclusion of the facts. So you have to believe each and every element of the crime, and you have to believe it to beyond a reasonable doubt. But you can choose to believe a witness in whole. To quote the standard instruction, you may believe a witness in whole or part or not at all. If a witness is lying about some things, you may choose to believe they're lying about other things or not. It's sort of up to you to believe the witness's credibility is in your judgment. So it's like, yes, not exactly correct, but yeah.
Is your eyelid on the right side the same as your eyelid on the left side?
No, sir.
And how about your eyebrow? The space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the right side, the same as the space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the other side?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Judge. I think we can lift the blinds.
Yeah, and you can also believe she's a DV victim and also believe it's not justified legally. Those two things don't necessarily go together in the same, necessarily compel one or the other. You could believe that he's a horrible monster, generally speaking, and still believe
Was the
shooting is not
firearm
justified.
registered to you, Ashley?
It all comes down to
Yes.
the truth of
Right, I'd
what
like
happened in
to
the moment.
Now direct your attention back to your initial introduction to Doug. How long was it before Doug expressed his devotion to you?
It was about 4 days after we met that he told me he loved me.
It's pretty fast.
Did any significant event follow after he expressed his love for you?
He flew me to South Carolina, where he was living at the time,
Holla, Pomado
and
State.
asked me to marry him, and I said yes.
Wow.
You remember the date?
September 7th, 2016.
How old was he at the time on September 7th, 2016?
54,
And how old were you?
24.
Gives me hope, baby. Gives me hope for the
When you
future.
finally moved in together, what was it like?
It was challenging. Doug hadn't told his daughter Eva that we had gotten married, and so when she found out, she was really upset. Just understandable. Her mom had suddenly passed like 8 or 9 months before, and I was a complete stranger to her, and I'm moving into her house.
At that point in your relationship, Ashley, describe for us the man you thought you'd married.
He was very...
She's arguing state defense, that self-defense, that changes the nature of the state's burden, doesn't it? They have to prove it's not self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. So she has the burden of production, to be very legally precise here, so we can learn something, right? Okay, so there's the burden of production and the burden of proof, right? And these things can be cross-aligned. So in the case of any affirmative defense, a self-defense obviously being an affirmative defense because you're admitting to the underlying crime in this case, but arguing justification, so that makes it an affirmative defense. It is up to the defendant to put forward the burden of production, which is basically nothing, practically. It requires only a scintilla, essentially, not much more, right? Just a scintilla of evidence that would allow for it, right? Just basically anything at all that would let you get past the obvious, like, ridiculous laugh test, right? So once you're there, which is pretty easy, the state then has the burden of proof to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So is there a scintilla of evidence? Sure, why not? So yes, we have to disprove self-defense at this point. That is true. Yeah.
Very loving and attentive. Ava's always with me. We did everything together. We laughed a lot. And he made me feel very special and loved. He always was looking for ways to be with me and to do things for me.
Was there a short time after that that you were separated?
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason?
Before I had planned a trip, and so I went on my trip. It was a cruise with my mom and one of my girlfriends.
Were you able to communicate with Doug while you were on the cruise?
Yes, sir.
How?
We mostly messaged each other.
I'm going to pass to you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 3, I believe, for identification.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, the ones that we see. Yes, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I can't remember for the 10 gift memberships. Always appreciate it. Thank you very much for your contribution to the chat.
And I'm going to ask you about them.
Okay.
Did I see clips of the defense attorney objecting to the judge giving her the colloquy and saying he was scaring her and not to talk to her? Wow. Wow, really? Really? Wow. If the judge giving the colloquy is scaring her, yeah. Okay. Real. It does have to be reasonable. It has self-defense has to be both objectively and subjectively reasonable. Not for nothing, right? So if she is so timid that the judge giving the colloquy, which for those of you who don't know is the advisement of the defendant's rights, which is basically required, right? It's the judge saying, okay, you have the right to testify or not. It has to be a free decision by you. No one can force you to do it. No one can force you to do it. Do you understand? Do you want to testify, right? Basically, that's the parameters of the colloquy. It's standard, particularly in high-profile cases, because it's basically constitutionally required. And if that's intimidating you, that suggests a person who is, well, at least trying to really feign skittishness. That's a whole thing. I have to see this. Yeah, hold on. We've got to watch this. Where someone said this is in Discord. Where is this in Discord? We got to watch this thing. Hold on. That as a lawyer, really you want to do that as a lawyer? Really? It's like, I don't know, man. Oh man, I don't know. It was detailed? Yeah, it's pretty detailed. I was giving you the summary version. Okay, I can't find it in Discord, so we'll have to move on.
Do you want me to read all of them, or? Yeah,
Look
okay.
through all of them. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about them.
Okay.
And he said that he and his client had gone over it. Yeah, but the judge is still required to do it. The judge is required to do it. I would hope the defense lawyer went over it. The judge is still required to do it. To make sure it's a free, fair choice. Yeah. It's Like, yeah, I went over it with the clients. Like, I hope you have. I hope this isn't the first time the client's hearing about it, but I'm damn sure going to say it anyway.
Are those text messages actually a true and accurate read of the messages you received from Doug Bennett?
Yes.
At this time, I would move defense exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Objection? Objection?
Can we approach?
Okay, exciting. I've never heard of a lawyer objecting to the colloquy. That's a first, I have to say. It wasn't 4 days, it was 13 days. They weren't rushing into it, came damn close to waiting a whole fortnight. I guess that's something. Yeah, fair enough. If getting the colloquy is scary, then how about cross-examination? Damn, you know? The judge was going beyond the standard. His argument was a coercive. I'd have to hear it. I'd have to hear it. Some judges go into a little bit more detail than others. I'd have to hear it.
Defense exhibit number 3.
Any additional objections?
Oh, I'm sorry, not other than what we discussed.
Admitted, subject to what we discussed at the bench.
Ashley, in this exhibit number 3, who's represented in blue and who's represented in green?
I take a look again. I'm blue and Doug is green.
You're blue and Doug is green.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask,
Why is my video stalling and
what
breaking up all
you
the time?
thought and how you felt after this text message where
What is
he
with the
said
audio just breaking up and everything? This is pissing me off. 139.20. I'm going to refresh and see if I can get to come back. This is pissing me off.
and understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom.
What?
If I dwelt on it, I would go into a rage to remove them from the earth. I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed. Last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck. I couldn't defend you. But could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove the images in my head. It is same, and knowing you were taken advantage of still in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. You haven't seen the war side and never want to. We went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. But kill the bad people. How long had you been married when you received these texts from Doug?
I believe it was about like a month or so. Probably thereabouts.
Do you recall approximately how long you had been married?
Well, we got married in the beginning of September, and this would have been the end of November.
Okay.
So
What-
more than that, I'm sorry.
What did you think? Was there anything about those texts that caused you to pause?
You know, at the time, I kind of tried to write it off that it was my new husband, and he was just trying to be kind of manly and, you know, be protective, and, you know, was trying to show that he really loved me. I think that was kind of what I
Did you
thought
think
at the
it was
time.
flattering?
Yeah.
Ashley, how long did this facade that you've described of Doug's last?
Am I doubting she isn't in reasonable fear?
Probably
At the
about
moment, yes. I'm
3
doubting
months.
she isn't in reasonable fear.
And what signs
Objectively
that he
reasonable.
was not
Yeah,
who you
I'm doubting
thought he
she's in
was?
objectively reasonable fear.
When I got back from the cruise, he
Doug is not a
Scary.
groomer. I object to calling Doug a groomer. Doug is not a groomer. She's a full goddamn adult. She's a full goddamn adult, and I refuse to infantilize her. Bullshit. Bullshit. She is an adult, and she's responsible for her own decisions. If an 18-year-old wants to marry a 70-year-old, that's their decision. Okay? And I'm not going to infantilize them. They're an adult, and that's some bullshit. Okay, so no, I absolutely reject that he's a groomer. That's some bullshit. She's a 23-year-old full-blown adult. She's responsible for her own decisions. She can make a decision for herself whether or not she wants to marry someone 30 years or senior, and whether to do it in a fortnight or not. And she's responsible for that decision because she's a goddamn adult. So I'm not going to infantilize her, despite her weak ass talk and apparently the fact that she's scared away by the judge giving the colloquy. You know, she's an adult and she's responsible. So that's some bullshit.
like controlling and possessive. He started criticizing everything about me, like the way I would wear my hair or did my makeup or the way I dressed. I found something about me to make him happy.
Did you pinpoint a specific incident, Ashley, early on that stands out to you? What would that be?
A friend of his had come to visit. We went out to dinner with him, and when we went to leave, Doug had had a little too much to drink, and so I said that I would drive home. And he instantly got really mad at me. He was offended.
The brain doesn't stop till developing till
He
age
started
25.
screaming
Well,
at me.
she's an adult. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. Like, the brain doesn't stop developing till 25. You're legally an adult. That comes with a whole range of consequences, including the ability to make life-altering decisions. You can get married, you can buy property, you can enlist in the military, you can vote, you can do all kinds of shit. You can sign contracts, you can take on lifelong debt. You're an adult. You're an adult. So unless you think we should raise the age of majority to 25, right? Unless you think we should raise the age of majority to 25, she's an adult. She's responsible for her own decisions. That's the end of that discussion as far as I'm concerned.
and it continued all the way home. And when we got inside, I told him that he was drunk and he just needed to go to bed. And that really set him off. And he tried to flip over the dining room table. He threw a chair at me. And he kept screaming at me until he stopped, and then he apologized. And he said it would never happen again. He said he's really sorry.
And Ashley, did it happen again?
Yes.
Explain what happened.
We had gone to church one Sunday, and after service, after everyone was leaving, we talked to the pastor in like the lobby area in front. And at one point, Doug stormed off, and by the time I caught up with him, I was in the parking lot, and he started cussing at me, calling me names. And when I got in the truck, he accused me of having a thing for the pastor, and he said I was a slut and a whore. And he screamed at me all the way home.
Ashley, was he aggressive and threatening like that in other instances?
It started happening more and more with me and with our animals. He would hurt our pets.
On approximately how many occasions was he cruel to your pets?
A handful.
How would Doug react following a dark episode?
Well, he was either really up or really down. And after, he'd be very sick, and he'd be kind, and things would be good. And it was kind of like a flip of a switch, and something would set him off again.
Mm-hmm.
Anything one day, Ashley, that gave you insight into Doug's marriage to his previous wife, Renee?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it was.
I had been kind of cleaning and organizing, and I was going through a bunch of old devices, and I found a texting conversation between Doug and Renee, his previous wife.
Let me pass to you, Ashley, what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 11. Can you identify that, Ashley?
This is part of the texting conversation. This is a text from Renee Benefield to Doug.
Is that a true and accurate copy of what you came across that day that you just related to us?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I'd like to move that into evidence as Defense Exhibit number 11.
No objection.
Received.
I'm going to read you and let me know if it's accurate.
Okay.
I was deeply disappointed that you distorted the truth about who you really were when I married you. I loved you, though finding out you weren't really what you pretended to be. You kicking me so hard on New Year's Eve on our honeymoon because you were having functioning in certain areas. You hold on to your head twice in my home that I opened to you with my children that still love you, having to sell everything down to my wedding ring. Finding out you were on Viagra, which all of you had to do was tell me, you know I wouldn't care. trying to film.
Not for nothing. Not for nothing. But if you wouldn't care, why would it have mattered either way? Right? It's like, I didn't know you were on Viagra. You didn't tell me. All you had to do is tell me. I don't care. Well, if you don't care, then no harm, no foul, right? Because you don't care. Yeah.
Us making love on our honeymoon, finding out that you wore eye pencil on and on.
Yeah.
I loved you so much I didn't care. That's why I was shocked to think you would take pictures of me without asking.
Wait, like your husband? What is this, like on the honeymoon? Yeah, I mean, there might be, okay. Okay. There might be photographs. All right. Okay. All right.
That accurate?
Yes.
Tell us, Ashley, how Doug would act when he would go off.
He would call it a fit of rage. Sometimes it was as simple as him just yelling and screaming at me or cussing at me, calling me names. Other times he would throw things or break things or smash things. He would come at me like he was going to hit me. He told me I was lucky that he punched walls instead of me.
Are there any incidences in particular, Ashley, that stand out to you?
Yes.
Oh.
We were having an argument, and he came at me like he was going to hit me. And our dog, Sully, jumped up in between us. He was so hard that he knocked him. I just remember screaming because I thought he had killed him.
Were there other times that Doug hurt the animals?
Yes, he had kicked, punched Sully. He threw our cat. Sometime he threw Snuffy down the stairs.
What kind of impact did this behavior have on you?
I was always walking on eggshells, trying to do the right things. Because if I said the wrong thing, he would get mad at me. And so I always tried to do it right. If I wore the wrong thing, he would call me a whore or a slut. I feel like I couldn't do anything right.
Was there an incident, Ashley, in June of 2017 that you vividly recall?
Yes.
Please explain it.
We were having an argument, and it started getting really out of hand. He pulled a gun out, and he was like waving it around, and then he threw it at me, and it hit the wall behind me, and punched a hole in the wall. And I went to run to try. He pulled the gun out and held it to his head. He said that he's got fucking brains out, and I was gonna have to watch him. And he pulled the trigger and he shot a hole in the ceiling in the kitchen.
What?
Ashley, at that point, what were you thinking of marriage?
He wasn't anything like I thought he was.
Again, maybe wait a little bit longer than 2 weeks before marrying somebody. Again, there is a bit of a caveat emptor here thing going on. if you're going to make one of the more important decisions of your life, like getting married, might want to look into that just a little bit harder on that one. Just, pro tip to the wise. He wasn't anything like I thought he would be. What did you think he'd be like? Based on your 2 weeks of experience. Okay.
I feel like I had made a really big mistake marrying him. It was like I was just living in this nightmare. I never knew what I was going to get.
Maybe spend a little bit more time on
Did
that
there
one.
come a time in July or August of 2017 when you found yourself with child?
Yes.
So let's
Found yourself
be
with
clear
child.
here
That's
chronologically.
It's a very weird way of phrasing it to my
You
ear,
became
but okay.
pregnant after this incident where you related that he shot the
Found
gun.
yourself with child. I don't know. Something about that phraseology just struck me the wrong way in that moment. It's like, you just found yourself with child. However, did this occur? You just found yourself one day with child. Wherever did it come from? Oh, Lord. Okay, carrying on.
In the ceiling of the kitchen?
Yes, it would have been like right after that, I guess.
Was it planned?
No, it was the last thing on my mind at that point.
How
Get
would
knock-
you deal with
Got knocked up. It's not so polite. It's not so bad if you're in the UK.
Doug?
I tried to do all the right things and keep him happy. Kind of just go with the flow. I didn't want to rock the boat ever.
Did you have a difficult pregnancy?
Yes, I was really sick.
Did you go home from South Carolina to stay with your mom here in Bradenton at 2000? Did there come a time when you returned to Carolina?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ashley, why you returned to South Carolina?
Because it's a great
I
state.
had decided that I was going to leave him. And so I went back to get my things. When he brought me down, I didn't even have like a suitcase or anything. So I went back to get me. And I wrote and left him a letter saying why I was leaving.
I'm gonna have an objection.
God, this breaking up audio is pissing me off. God, do I have to find a different feed or something? Because this is really fucking pissing me off. I guess I'll try to find a different feed or something because I can't. It just keeps breaking. The audio just keeps breaking up. It's pissing me off. Trump is speaking at a Bitcoin conference in Nashville. What? Trump apparently is speaking at BitCon 2024.
The file for Chapter 11. We'll do a chapter, it's called Chapter 7 instead of a Chapter 11, but it's the equivalent. No, we have to use our brain. We are the party of common sense, okay? We have to have common sense, but what we do have to do is we have to produce tremendous electric for AI and for all of the other things, including the things that you're doing, and we'll get it produced, and we're going to get it produced fast, or we're not going to be able to compete with China and other countries. So we're
Okay, that's the thing that's happening in my timeline that I didn't foresee coming. Apparently, Donald Trump is speaking at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville. Okay, noted. Wow. All right. Does anyone else have a feed of this thing other than Court TV? Or is Court TV the only one? I think I'm stuck with Court TV. I don't think anyone else has it. I think it's Court TV or nothing. Damn it. All right. All right, back to Court TV. All right, fair enough. Long Crime have it? Yeah. All right, let's give them a shot. So this is about an hour 55.
Chronologically, you became pregnant after this incident where you related that he shot the gun in the ceiling of the kitchen?
Yes, it would have been like right after that, I guess.
Was it planned?
No, it was the last thing on my mind at that point.
How would you deal with Doug?
I tried to do all the right things and keep him happy. Kind of just go with the flow. I didn't want to rock the boat ever.
Did you have a difficult pregnancy?
Yes, I was really sick.
Did you go home from South Carolina to stay with your mom here in Bradenton at the end of August 2017?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time when you returned to South Carolina?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ashley, why you returned to South Carolina?
I had decided that I was going to leave him, and so I went back to get my things. When he brought me down, I didn't even have like a suitcase or anything, so I went back to get my stuff, and I wrote him a note and left him a letter saying why I was leaving.
I'm going to have an objection.
You approach.
I can't believe that. Okay. All right. Aveeno Redness Relief Moisturizing Cream. Calm and Restore. Sounds promising. Aloe Calm Redness Relief Cream with 30% Ultra Aloe. That sounds promising too. And it's apparently tinted, which is also nice. Eucerin Redness Relief has a little bit of green tint in it. That's promising. I can't believe Donald Trump is speaking at a Bitcoin conference. I did not have that on my 2024 bingo card. Dr. Jarts is a good stuff too.
Can you identify what we marked for identification of defendant's exhibit number.
Sustained.
Well, she can't even identify it.
No, sir. I made my ruling.
You told us you left him a letter?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Let me pass this to you. You can.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Do you remember independently everything that you said in the letter?
Not everything, no.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you were able to see the letter?
Yes.
Judge, objection.
Sustained.
At the time that you wrote the letter, Ashley, were the contents fresh in your mind?
At the time, yes.
The letter was written in September 2017.
Yes, that's correct.
It's now 2024,
Yes, sir.
so 7 years ago.
Yes.
All right. Do your best
Okay.
to try to respond to a series of questions I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
What did you tell Doug
Objection, yes, sir.
Sustained. Sir, can we approach, please?
Yeah, what did you tell Doug is hearsay. I mean, what did you tell him? It's pretty,
How did you feel about your personal safety when you left Doug?
I was scared.
What was it that made you uncomfortable?
It was a lot of things. It was the things that he'd done, like punching our dog and shooting the gun and different things he would say and do.
And were you afraid for just you?
I was pregnant at the time. I was scared for the baby.
Were there instances, Ashley, where you felt that your own safety had been placed in danger as a result of conduct by him?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
I guess one thing that comes to mind is sometimes he would drive really scary, yelling and screaming at me and like running up on curbs. One time he almost hit a tree.
Did you strike that? Describe the kind of things that would be done to intimidate you.
He would get in my face. He'd yell at me. He'd come at me like he was gonna hit me.
What about breaking things?
He would break things, smash things. He threw things at me.
Listen. How would you describe, if you were using adjectives, his behavior?
Possessive, controlling, manipulative, aggressive, scary, unpredictable.
Ashley, did you take any steps in addition to leaving this letter to protect yourself in South Carolina?
Yes.
What did you do?
I filed for a domestic violence injunction, like a protective order.
What kind of foundation and blush do I recommend? The only one I use is Maybelline's Fit Me Powder, which I use sometimes when it's doing that. So I was looking for something that I could put on like my facial thing.
Ashley, I'd like to pass to you what we've marked as Defendants Exhibit 13A and 13B and ask you if you can identify them.
Okay.
The Maybelline Fit Me Powder works pretty well, I have to say. Does a pretty good job of evening skin tone and reducing oil and making my skin look like the natural when I use it sometimes.
13A is the
I'm coming in pretty quiet relative to the court. I could make the court quieter if you guys prefer. I thought I had it to duck the audio of the court when I spoke, but I guess I don't have it set up properly. I've always had problems with getting the ducking to work properly on my audio. Let's see, no, because it's audio over here, filters, the compressor's on, it's set to duck from the mic source, but it's not actually ducking. Yeah, I don't know why. Lame. I can bring down the court audio some more if you want. I'll drop it another like 5 decibels if that makes a difference.
Did the court grant the injunction?
Yes, sir.
Was there a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Were you present at the hearing?
Yes.
Was Doug present at the hearing?
Yes.
Did the judge rule at the hearing?
From the bench, yes.
All right. What was the date of the hearing?
November 3rd, 2017.
I'm sorry?
November 3rd, 2017.
2017?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me now. Hopefully you can hear me now. Drop the court audio 5 decibels.
Now, was that order
Now I'm speaking up to 10 decibels louder than the court.
decreed
10 decibels is a
violated?
lot.
Yes.
By who?
By Doug.
How?
He sent me a package in the mail.
Sent you the package here in Florida?
Yes.
From South Carolina?
Yes.
What was the package represented to be?
A birthday gift, I believe.
And did you open it?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, when I opened it, there was an overwhelming smell, like a real strong chemical smell, and I got like an instant headache.
Did you report it to the police?
Yes.
Ashley, I'm going to pass to you what we've marked as defendant's exhibit number 14 and ask you to identify it.
Okay. What do I do with these? Okay. Yes,
What is it?
it's a picture of the package he sent to me.
Is it a true and accurate picture of the package that you received on that day in November?
The outside of it, yes.
All right, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Benefield, we move that into evidence.
No, Judge.
Received. Defendant's Exhibit 14.
What did you do with the package after you opened it?
I sealed it back up and I put it in the garage before I brought it to the sheriff's department.
Now, you told us when you received the package, aside from the contents giving you a headache, that it was in violation of the South Carolina restraining order.
Yes,
Did you, when you contacted the police, request that they take some action?
yes,
What was the result?
no charges.
Okay.
Ashley, by the state attorney's office here in Manatee County, that no charges were to be filed.
Yes,
Do you remember the date that you were notified?
not off the top of my
Let
head.
me show this to you and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Okay. At the top, it says October 8th, 2018.
Ashley, when did you give birth to Emerson?
March 19th, 2018.
Where was Doug when you gave birth?
He wasn't there. It was during the restraining order from South Carolina.
So he wouldn't have been allowed to have contact with you.
Correct.
Do you remember how long the South Carolina restraining order was to last?
I believe it was 6 months.
Does there come a time when you're concerned about the South Carolina restraining order expiring?
Yes.
So at or about the time of that, what steps, if any, did you take to protect yourself?
I filed for a domestic violence injunction here in Florida.
What was the result?
It was denied.
And was there any directive entered with respect to Emerson?
There was a time-sharing agreement set up.
Shortly after that, or at or about the same time, was there additional litigation that you filed?
Yes.
Do you recall what it was for?
Divorce and termination of parental rights.
In the termination of parental rights petition, Ashley, did you tell the court,
Objection, here's
Go ahead and finish the question.
did you advise the court in your petition about prior domestic acts of violence by Doug?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Overruled the main answer.
I'm sorry.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes.
Do you remember, or can you tell us today what you told the court?
I mean, not all off the top of my head.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I wouldn't be able to tell it all to you off the top of my head from memory now.
Okay, let's see if I can refresh your recollection.
Aw, thank you for the $20 via Venmo. From Jackie for redness lotion. Thank you very much, Jackie. Oh, my speed dating tonight got canceled. Oh, that's lame. Oh well. More time with you guys, I guess. I think I'm just gonna go I think I'm just gonna start with something like this Aveeno Common Restore Moisturizer. Looks like a reasonably good deal. Or this Aloe Calm Redness Relieveness Cream. Those look like good deals.
Would you like
Aveeno's a
me to read the whole thing?
relatively good brand. I'll get the
Do you want me
Aveeno
to read
Calm
the
and
whole
Restore
thing?
Redness Relief Moisturizing Cream. That sounds like a
I
good,
would just
good
like
deal.
to ask you, has your recollection been refreshed?
I'm just getting to that part now.
Okay, then without referring to what's in front of you, tell us.
Can I finish reading this section?
Nothing happened to Kurt's face. Kurt's face is just naturally red tinted, and he's tired of it being pointed out to him. Which is pointed out time and time again. He's just tired of it being pointed out, and he's trying to look for solutions to deal with it. Yeah, that's what's happening. Nothing happened to Kurt's skin.
Yeah, you need to remove the document if the memory's been refreshed.
I just said I didn't finish reading that part.
So it needs to finish reading.
I'm sorry, take your time, finish reading.
Cetrafil is good. I'll get some at my local Target or something. Or like Ulta or something. I don't think I have any reactions to aloe. I'm pretty sure I don't have a reaction to aloe, so I think I'll be fine there. Clinique is too expensive.
I don't expect
The
you to
Cetrafil
remember
is pretty
all
good
the
price.
details. I'm going to ask you for the high points.
Okay, sorry, there's just a lot in here.
The Aveeno is pretty good priced. You get the Aveeno.
Okay.
So tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ashley, the things that you had to say.
I talked about him punching Sully and kicking him, throwing our cat Snuffy, about him trapping me, grabbing
All natural
me,
peanut butter
yanking
kicks
me,
ass.
tripping me, shooting the gun in the house, punching holes in the walls. Trapped me in the closet.
Does oil of Olay make a redness
slashed
one?
me, things like that.
All right. As part of the domestic violence injunction that you filed here in Florida, that was before Judge Moreland, was
I'll go to
a
Ulta tomorrow and get myself some sort of
deposition
cream or
Doug.
something.
Yes.
Or Sephora. I'll go to Ulta, get myself some sort of redness reduction
Were
thing.
you
I'll be fine.
present?
Yes, by phone.
Who else was present at the deposition?
My attorney, as well as Stephanie Murphy, Doug's attorney, and a court reporter.
Was the judge present at the deposition?
No.
Were you able to hear the entire proceeding?
Yes, sir.
I could just go back to Dr. Jart's. Dr. Jart's is a good brand. I think I still have some in my closet somewhere.
Objection,
Approach.
I could just go Dr. Jart's and use that every day. That's pretty good stuff. Aveeno or Citrafil? Yeah, I'll give that a shot. I already used Tide Free for my laundry detergent, by the way. So.
Yes, on this as well.
Okay.
Avocado.
Ashley, I'm going to pass to you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 17.
Neutrogena.
Okay.
Neutrogena is a good brand.
And do they truly and accurately reflect texting back and forth between you and Doug?
Yes.
On behalf of the defense, Your Honor, we move into evidence defense exhibit number 17.
Objection overruled. Defendant's Exhibit 17 will be received.
Ashley, in defense exhibit number 17, the text messages, does Doug admit to shooting the gun in the house?
Yes.
Does he admit to throwing the gun at you?
Yes.
Does he admit to punching holes in the drywall of the house?
Yes.
Does he admit to punching the dog and rendering him unconscious?
Yes.
Objection, no, you must not. Those text messages do not say that.
If I'm going to sustain, if you want to publish the exact
Yes,
exhibit that's been admitted, you can do so.
we intend to publish upon completion of the examination. I want to ask you, Ashley, if I can, about other instances of abusive conduct? Was a tracker at any time placed on your car?
Yes.
Was it done with your permission?
No.
Did Doug no, hold on. While the state is reviewing that, Ashley, I'm going to pass to you defendants exhibits 19 and 20.
The honey walnut shrimp at Panda Express is my favorite. I mean, it costs a little extra for the honey walnut shrimp, but it's totally worth it.
What they
I pay like the $1.50 extra every time.
Holes
Gotta
in
get the honey
drywall
walnut
of
shrimp.
The house.
I like the lo
Our house
mein
is on
personally.
refer
And
to
you got to
them
get those
specifically,
cheese-filled,
exhibit number,
those cheese-filled pastry
19
things. Those are really
has a
good.
picture
show.
of a hole in the drywall with my hand next to it. It's kind of been like pushed back in.
Is it a
Get like a
true and
12-pack
accurate
of those
production
things. They're
of
good.
What existed at that time?
Yes.
All right, and the next one?
20 has a picture of a hole, like a fist hole through the drywall in our home.
Okay, is it a true and accurate photograph of that?
Yes.
On behalf of the defense, Your Honor.
Ragoons. That's right. Ragoons. Got to get the ragoons. You got to get the ragoons, and you got to get the honey walnut shrimp.
Received.
That's the only way to fly the Panda Express.
All right.
Honey walnut shrimp is outstanding. Everything else is a little bit meh at Panda Express, in my opinion. Orange chicken is okay, though.
Ashley, did Doug admit to placing an illegal tracker on your vehicle?
Yes, in a message to me.
Did you report that to the police?
Yes.
What was the result?
No charges.
Were there incidents, Ashley, where Doug would appear unexpectedly?
Yes, a lot.
And how would that come about? Can you give
I-
us an example?
I'd be driving down the road and I'd see him in the rearview mirror, a couple cars behind me, or he'd be right behind me. Or sometimes he would show up at places that I was, just unexpected. I'd see him, or like in the parking lot.
And was this while you were living here in Manatee?
Yes, I was living here
And where was Doug living at the time?
in South Carolina.
How could he do that?
Sweet fire
He was
chicken?
driving
That's
here.
all right, too.
Was this also during the time that the South Carolina injunction was in place?
Both then and after as well.
Did you report those incidents to the police?
Yes,
What was the result?
no charges.
Was there an incident with a neighbor, Ashley?
Yes.
What happened? Ashley, were you present
Yes.
for the incident?
Yes, he was outside in the yard at night looking in the windows of my house.
What is the neighbor's name?
Marianne Croft?
And was this reported to the police?
Yes.
Did they respond?
Yes, they came out.
Was it daytime or nighttime?
It was nighttime.
In your presence, was an identification made that it was Doug?
Yes.
What was the result?
No charges.
Was there an incident, Ashley, where you and your mother came home to find someone in the driveway of your home?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Doug.
What did he do when he saw you?
He was on foot in front of the house, and when he saw us, he took off running.
Did you call the police?
Yes, I had to call several times before they sent someone out.
Did they take a report?
They did, but by the time they finally got there, he was long gone.
What was the result?
No charges.
I want to introduce what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 23 to 24. Can you identify that?
Yes.
What does 23 show?
23 is a picture of Doug with his shirt off. He's like taking a selfie.
And is that how Doug looked at or about the time of the shooting on the 27th?
Yes.
All right, and what does the next exhibit show?
It's also a picture of Doug with his shirt off. He's working out. He's like doing like a push-up, I guess.
Does that too accurately represent what Doug looked like on the day of the homicide?
Yes.
Your Honor, on behalf of the defense, we move those two exhibits into evidence.
Any objection? No. Received?
Just one or two more questions, Ashley. Was there a time back around May of 2020 where you wanted to learn about co-parenting with an abuser?
Yes.
Objection. Previous ruling.
Sustained.
To the question, Your Honor, or to the line of inquiry?
To the question.
Okay. Did you take any steps, Ashley, to try to determine how to co-parent?
Yes.
All right, and what was that?
I did some like Googling and reading to try to find helpful articles on what to do to make things
I'm going
good.
to pass to you what we've had marked as Defense Composite Exhibit 4, A, B, C, and D.
Objection, Judge. Previous ruling. Excuse me, discriminated.
Can you approach? No, I already ruled on authenticity in the past. So, over the state's objection, admitted.
Thank you. Take a look at Exhibit 4A, Ashley. What's the date?
5/11/2020.
And did you do an internet search on 5/11/23?
2020, yes.
2020, rather?
Yes.
And will you tell us what the subject you researched was?
Domestic co-parenting with an abuser.
All right, and would you go to Exhibit 4B? What's the date of 4B?
5/11/2020.
Did you do an internet search then?
Yes.
What was the subject you researched?
Ask Amanda. How do I co-parent with an abuser?
All right, and 4C?
Did you ask ChatGPT? I wonder if ChatGPT will tell me. Let's find out. How do I co-parent with an abuser? Question mark. Co-parenting with an abuser is an extremely challenging and sensitive situation that requires careful consideration and support. Here are some strategies that might help. Legal measures. Ensuring of legal protection in place, such as restraining orders or custody agreements that limit contact. Communication boundaries. Keep communication to a minimum. Only discuss matters related to the children. Third-party mediators. Consider using third parties such as mediators or family members. Safety plans. Develop a safety plan for you and your children. Document everything. That's always a good tip, incidentally. Documenting things are always good for just basically legal concerns, broadly speaking. More documentation is better, when you're trying to establish something. Documentation is helpful. Therapeutic support. Support networks. Focus on the children. Self-care. Self-care is good. And knowing when to seek help. Well, thank you, ChatGPT. That was informative.
Yes.
What's the date of 4C?
5/11/2020.
And did you do an internet search then as well?
Yes.
What was the subject?
Co-parenting versus parallel parenting.
While I'm at it, because I never did find out the answer, and now is as good a time as any. Let's open up a private window. Go to google.com and search house long to die in snow. 50 to 60 degrees can cause death in 1 to 6 hours. Thank you, Google. I appreciate that. That's helpful. All right, moving on.
With an abusive ex, the Good Men Project.
All right, and lastly, 4D. What's the date of 4D?
5/11/2020.
Did you do an internet search?
Yes.
What was the subject?
6 tips to help you co-parent with an abusive ex.
All right, Your Honor, I think I'm finished if you just give me one moment.
That direct didn't really do a lot for me, to be honest. It certainly didn't ingratiate myself a lot to the defendant, although she had more to work with than I thought. But we'll see what Cross does. So there's some evidence that he had some violent tendencies. Which, again, might have been helpful to know before you married him. Just, incidentally. Now I want white wine. I have some conundrum. I've got some red conundrum in the closet. I could have some red. I'm trying to diet, though. I'm trying to diet, and alcohol hits me harder when I'm dieting. I'm a lightweight at the moment.
Yes.
Conundrum is one of my favorite red and white wines. It's not very expensive, and it's a very nice wine.
Forwarded to me by my attorney.
So, if you need basically a house red and house white,
it says
I like Conundrum very much
September
for both.
23rd of 2020.
They're not necessarily the best, but they're very good for their price. I recommend them.
Yes. I mean, do you want me to reread it now, or?
Did you read it when it was forwarded to you?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You could always go with $2 chuck too.
All right,
Although these days it's more like
attorneys
$3
opposed,
or $4, but I don't know. Is it sweet? No, not in particular. It's not as sweet as me, Mandy.
Here's the 11:45, so I'm going to let you go on your lunch break at this point. If I could have you guys back downstairs in that jury assembly room by 1 o'clock, and when we say by 1 o'clock,
We are not doing red wine with Coke. I'm sorry, that's just not the way I roll. If that's the way you want to roll, you're gonna have to go with Ian. If you ask me for red wine and Coke, we're gonna have to reassess our relationship. I'm telling you, man. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I no sooner got upstairs and realized I gave you the full sequestration instruction. Now, there was no objection to it. Case law talks about if there's an objection to it or a deprivation of the right to counsel. But I want.
Oh, by the way, incidentally, because I forgot, someone did send me the clip of the colloquy, so we could go back and watch that from earlier, because that might be hilarious, so we can see what the problem is. I know red wine with Coke sounds like an abomination. It doesn't sound like a choice. It sounds like an abomination unto God.
That my thought process of who's available to authenticate that email string and where Ms. Mechanic would fit on that hierarchy.
Yes.
And
I suspect that's going to be resolved.
You can't do dry wines, really?
we still have a few minutes. I would like to, at a minimum, read my colloquy to Ms. Benefield regarding defendant testifying. I typically will do this in a trial. I'll do it early on, but I know we're a couple days into it. So at least the defendant will know the issues that I will bring up.
Does the court's colloquy include recitation of the penalty?
I don't think so. Let me look real quick.
Penalty?
If it does, Your Honor, I would ask that you
Skip that?
respectfully.
Fair enough. No, let me look. I don't think it does.
What penalty?
All right, Ms. Benefield, listen closely. This is what you're going to hear me say. It might be tomorrow, and then I'll tell you the questions that we ask. It might be Monday. I don't know. One of the most important and fundamental constitutional rights you have is the right to remain silent and not testify in this case. You cannot be compelled to testify. That is, the state cannot call you as a witness. It's your decision and yours alone whether to testify or not. You should speak with your attorney about your options and the positives and negatives and benefits and risks with testifying in your own defense. For example, your testimony may provide facts that would prove certain affirmative defenses or allow your attorney to make certain arguments in your defense. But if you testify, the prosecutor will have the opportunity to cross-examine you, just as your attorney has had the opportunity to cross-examine the state's witnesses. For example, on cross-examination, the state would have the opportunity to impeach your trial testimony with prior inconsistent statements that you may have made in the past, or any of the other ways that are allowed by Florida statutes to impeach. I would normally then go into prior convictions, but those don't apply in this case, so I'm going to skip that whole section. It's important to listen to the advice of your attorney about whether to testify or not in this case, but as I said a moment ago, the decision is entirely yours and yours alone to make. So your attorney may advise you that you should testify, and you can say no. Or your attorney may advise you that you should not testify, but you can. If you choose to testify, I will instruct the jury to consider and weigh your testimony and credibility as it would every other witness in this case. If you choose not to testify, I will instruct the jury that they are not permitted to consider the exercise of your right to remain silent as any evidence of guilt or let it influence their verdict in any manner whatsoever. And then the questions would be along the lines of, have you had, not that I won't want to know anything at all that you've talked about with your attorney, but just confirming you've had time to consult with your attorney and make this decision. What is your decision?
This is so normal.
Just sort of like a plea that you're not under the influence
This is
of any
incredibly
alcohol or
normal.
drugs. You understand what you're doing. You're not being forced, threatened, or coerced to to take this case to trial.
Judge, I have to tell you honestly, no disrespect intended, I think it's intrusive into the attorney-client relationship.
What the fuck are you talking about? No, this is completely normal. This is completely normal, right? I just want to confirm. I don't want to know what you talked about. I just want to confirm that you had an opportunity to talk about it. It's like, did you have an opportunity to talk about it with your lawyer? Do you need more time to talk about it with your, I don't want to know the substance. I just want to know that you were able to have a conversation. It's like, this is completely normal. There's nothing wrong with this, right? I mean, the wording is a little different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but this is about as bog normal as it gets. It's like, I object. This is interfering with the relationship. No, it isn't. I'm just trying to confirm that she's had a chance to talk to you about the issue, and that she's had the opportunity to have the advice of counsel, and that she's had the opportunity to do it, and that she's that's fine. What the hell are you talking about? This is fine.
I have, as a professional, discussed this matter with my client. My client trusts.
What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing, attorney? Those don't go together at the same time. You just said, like, literally one sentence ago, you just said this unduly interferes with the attorney-client relationship. And then you say, I've talked to my client about it. Well, which is it? Which is it? Does it interfere with the attorney-client relationship, or do you not care letting us know that you talked about it? Also, I really, really hope you have. I seriously hope you have talked about it with your client. It would be pretty fucking irresponsible if you hadn't, counselor. But, I'm still going to confirm it because I have to confirm it with her because I'm advising her of her rights. I sure as shit hope that you've done it, but, I'm going to make sure that I do it too because, got to make sure that she's aware of her rights. Jesus Christ.
That I have her best interests at heart, and I think that this unintentionally potentially drives a wedge between
Shut the fuck up
with my client.
Shut the fuck up.
About that, there's cases out there that talk about the colloquy with the defendant regarding testifying or not testifying.
I don't have a problem with you advising Ms. Benefield that she has the right to not testify and the equivalent right to testify if she wants. I even don't have a problem with you saying if she chose to testify, then her credibility gets put in evidence like anybody else. I start getting uncomfortable when it goes beyond that. I begin to feel that it is an unintentional
Shut your fucking face.
A woman who has made a choice or is in the process of making a choice after consultation with her attorney.
What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? This is bog standard normal. This is completely normal, unobjectionable, normal, everyday court. What the hell are you talking about? This is unduly interfering with the defendant. No, it's not. I'm just literally advising her of her rights. I'm literally advising her of her rights. She has the right to testify. She has the right to not testify. No one can force her. You, the attorney, might say yes. She can say no. You, the attorney, might say no. She can say yes. If she chooses to testify, she can be cross-examined. Her testimony will be treated like any other witness, just to let you know. And also, by the way, just want to confirm that you've had time to talk about it with your attorney. I definitely don't want to know what you've talked about. Although the attorney's now telling me what you've talked about because he's going on and on about how he's he's informed his client. Not incidentally that I have a problem with this as far as privilege goes. I think this is fine because you're just simply telling the court, yes, I've talked about it with my client, which I think is fine, right? You're not talking about the substance of it. You're just talking about the thing that happened, which I sure as shit hope happened. But like, what the fuck are you talking about? Sit the fuck down, attorney. God.
And this is just piling the pressure on.
No, it's not.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Shut the fuck up.
I find it uncomfortable.
Fuck you. Sit down.
I mean, it's my
I would
decision.
like to be heard. I have heard this.
What the? Yeah, this is making me uncomfortable. This is every goddamn day. This is every day in every courthouse, everywhere. Some version of this is being done every goddamn day. What the hell are you talking about? This is completely normal. What the hell? It's putting pressure on the client? What the hell are you talking about? No, it's not. What the fuck?
Colloquy dozens and dozens and dozens of times.
Yeah, no.
And the fact that the defense acts like this is somehow wrong,
I'd be like, what the fuck?
is offensive.
No, I'm offended.
It's not about what Mr. Taylor is comfortable with. It's about
Yeah.
what the court is comfortable with at this point. And what is important is that we find out what is in the mind of Ms. Benefield when she makes a decision. That is not for Mr. Taylor to speak. That is for Ms. Benefield. So she needs to know everything that the court is going to do in its colloquy, as we do with every defendant in this position, just like everyone else.
I guess when we get there, I'm going to tell you what I say, and if you instruct your client not to answer, that'll be fine. I think I've shown that I don't get too upset when people disagree with me. So if you say, hey, don't answer that, okay. But I'm going to have it on the record, because in the future, if anybody says, oh, I didn't know, I thought I couldn't testify. My lawyer told me no. I mean, the plethora of cases that are out there, I think the case law supports a colloquy with the defendant.
Yeah.
Regarding the
A little
right
bit.
to testify and the right to remain silent.
A little bit, yeah.
So I'll ask, make sure that nobody's threatened you, forced you, or coerced you to make this decision. That nobody's promised you anything, any benefit or a particular outcome to make this decision. That you've made this decision freely and voluntarily. That is, it's your decision and your decision alone. If your choice is to testify, I'm just going to ask you if you've had adequate time to prepare with your lawyer for that testimony, and then I will make my findings. So that's what I do. So I'm glad I brought it up. That way you were aware of it.
That's normal every day.
Not to answer any of those, that'll certainly be your prerogative. So we'll have that, like I said, we'll have that. I want to let you know about it, and then we'll have that conversation either tomorrow or next week.
And he's even giving her a heads up, which he doesn't even have to do anyway. Like, he could just have the colloquy. He's even being more than he doesn't have to. He's being like, okay, by the way, I just want to let you know that in the future, I'm going to tell you this, so it doesn't surprise you when I do. Which he doesn't have to do in the first place. What the fuck is this defense lawyer on? What the fuck?
All right, anything else? That was everything on my list.
I
have one matter about.
Sit your face down.
Brief discussion I had with the court, and I supplied the court with some case law to support my position, and I'm hoping that the court will now.
The judge said that she couldn't talk with her lawyer during lunchtime. That wouldn't surprise me if that was said, and it wouldn't surprise me if that was true. Because when the defendant is on the stand, you can't talk to your client while they're on the stand about the testimony. It's technically considered obstruction. It's witness interference. I know it's kind of a weird thing, because it's like you can talk to your client all you want prior to them taking the stand. It's a little weird, but yeah, when they're on the stand, the law in most jurisdictions is that the person cannot talk to any of the attorneys about the case, even if they are the defendant. They can't talk to they can't talk to them about their testimony. It's weird, and if that's normal. That's normal, because it's technically considered witness interference and obstruction. It just is what it is. So if the judge said that, it wouldn't surprise me. And if he reversed himself for some reason, then there's some Florida specific thing, then fine. But yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if that was what they said.
The defense case is starting. I'm hoping that the court will give me some response.
All right. Well, I think whenever you had approached me about this case that you gave me the other day, ex parte, without going into the details, my answer was,
He reversed himself.
I think that the state
Fair,
has every
I
right
guess.
to be heard on this request. So I will leave it to you. Do you want to talk about it?
Fair enough. Can you give me a moment?
Of course, absolutely.
She said she was allowed to talk to the defense the whole time. That surprises me, actually. That surprises me.
I want to make sure if there was any error, or even arguable error, multiple times. It's about 1:08 in the afternoon. I have both prosecutors and Mr. Taylor here along with Ms. Benefield. Before we get started, Ms. Benefield, when we took our lunch break, I gave you the full warning that I give to all the witnesses that you've heard multiple times regarding sequestration. I was erroneous, however, because my instruction to the criminal defendant has to be modified slightly. You are allowed to meet and speak with your attorney over the break. I no sooner got upstairs than realized I gave you the full sequestration instruction. Now, there was no objection to it. Case law talks about if there's an objection to it or a deprivation of the right to counsel. But I want to make sure if there was any error, or even arguable error, that I correct that now.
I appreciate it, Judge. We'll be able to get it all worked out.
Okay, so I'm happy if you want to take time to speak because you're allowed to. I'm happy to take a recess and give you that time if you need.
Thank you. We're fine.
All right, sir.
There you go. Fair enough. So apparently Florida has some sort of modification on that rule. So fair enough. If that's the rule in Florida, that's the rule in Florida. You know, it's one of those. This is why we have 50 states, and there's little tiny idiosyncrasies like that, right? There's little tiny idiosyncrasies. And it's like, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. That's a standard thing in many jurisdictions, but apparently Florida has a slightly different rule in it. So okay, in Florida, she can talk to the lawyer during the break. Okay, so that's Florida's law on the issue. Okay, fair. I mean, I think the majority rule goes the other way, but Florida, of course, is entitled to always go the other way. So they do, and, you know, fair enough. Great. Moving on.
Exhibit 104.
Yes. It's their objection, so.
Okay, yes, objection.
Relevance is to the modeling photo, and mugshot, we submitted a memorandum to the court. It's pretty clear case law, mugshots are not.
I disagree that the case law is clear, the mugshot is not.
She moved to Florida to take advantage of the court rule. I'm going to go with no. Probably not. No, that doesn't, no.
But the relevance of both of those is to show her face before and after this incident, so the jury can make their own determination if there's swelling on her face. And I did say when we had a pre-trial discussion about the mugshot that I would not intend to enter it unless the defendant made it relevant by testifying that she had swelling on her face. So I do believe now that she said there was swelling on her face, I can introduce the mugshot of her weeks later to show.
I apologize.
I was done, I'm sorry.
Objecting party, rebuttal.
I know I wasn't able to introduce in the state's case in chief. I don't think they should be entitled to introduce at ours either.
Well, I think there was some evidence that was introduced. It all depended on what it was. Thank you both very much. 103, what did you refer that to? A modeling picture? Is a modeling picture showing the defendant's front face down to the chest area. And 104 is, I've not compared it, but you say that's the booking photo that was taken when she was arrested. All right, I was just checking because there's like a speck on it. I was checking to see if that was a paper speck or in the picture. So yes, what we originally talked about, I don't think I don't agree that there's a blank.
So there are 30 years
That was the stupidest objection from a defense lawyer I've heard in a while.
Are you okay?
Oh, you're putting pressure on my client by informing them they have the right to talk to me about whether they testify or not.
Outside of the jury about the case, or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about?
No, sir.
Everybody says no. State, you may begin your cross-examination.
I would like to just start with a couple of issues. So first, Doug Benefield never punched you, ever, correct?
Yeah, I'd say that's correct.
Doug Benefield never choked you, ever.
No,
He never kicked you.
no.
He never pointed a gun at you,
He waved a gun in my direction.
but it was not pointed at you, correct?
It was pointed at me while he was waving it at me.
He never came at you with a knife,
No,
or a club,
no,
or a baseball bat.
no.
So there are 30 years difference between you and Doug, correct?
Yes,
And you got married after 13 days.
yes,
And you spoke with him about, or organized with him about starting this ballet.
yes.
Correct. And all of the money for the ballet came from him or investors, right?
My mom also funded the part of the ballet.
You didn't put anything into it. Money.
Not from my account, no.
Okay. In fact, during this time in South Carolina, you never worked, did you?
He wouldn't let me work.
Okay. When you said in the very beginning he flew you to South Carolina to visit before you were married, he paid for that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the cruise you talked about going on, he paid for that?
No,
He didn't?
he did not pay for the cruise. No.
Okay.
Yeah, he paid for my friend to go, but I had already paid for my mom and I to go. So
Okay. So he paid for your friend to go,
yes.
and he did not go with you?
Oh no. Mm-mm.
I want to ask you about the text messages that the defense talked to you about. It's going to be Defense Exhibit 3. I'm going to hand it to you. And I have the entirety of it on a spreadsheet that I'm going to put up, which is State's Exhibit 99. If we could dim the lights, please. And Judge, based on the rule of completeness, state would enter into evidence State's 99.
Did you want to be heard in addition to what we said earlier?
I haven't actually seen the specific message.
Any objection to State's 99? Received.
So I'm going to put this up on the board behind you, screen. We're trying to get it to come up on the screen. Okay. So I would like to orient you to what we're looking at. So on the top line, it gives whether the messages are outgoing or incoming. That would be the third, fourth column that we're looking at. And what I would like you to do is read the body of these as we go through. I'm going to expand it so you can see it. And if you could just read these for the jury.
Oh, okay. One part is just looking at Renee.
Who is that from you or from Doug?
It's from Doug to me.
Okay. So from Doug, one part is just looking at Renee. Okay, go ahead.
I'll tell that part to start. The day I met her, I felt her before I saw her. Oh. My ex-husband lived to argue. Renee and I maybe argued 5 times in 15 years, and even then ended up laughing.
This isn't really particularly productive. Probably the better way to do this, because it's a little bit vague who's talking to who. Probably the better way to do this is the prosecutor to read Doug's lines and have her read her own lines, because you always want her words to be in her voice. So like probably the better way is like, I'll read Doug's lines, you read their lines. But I don't know, because it's a little bit ambiguous who's talking to who.
Smiley face. I'm a clown at heart and love people being happy. That seems like a hard act to follow. Baby. Like, always being armed. Yes, my love.
And the outgoing messages are you or Doug?
It looks like outgoing is Doug. Yeah, outgoing would be from Doug.
Judge, can we see the date for reference of the messages?
It's right there. I will not attack you.
So yes, my love, I think was the last thing you said. And then what's the next thing?
Are you doing things that are dangerous?
And you're going to have to speak up just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Here.
Are you doing things that are dangerous? To think of all the time that you were not with me, and understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom.
Where was he when he was sending you these messages? While you were on the cruise?
I believe he would have been
Aww.
in Charleston.
Okay.
You don't think I have a soul? Oh, Crystal, that's mean. You don't think I have a soul? No. I think I have a soul. That hurts. It hurts.
He wasn't on a business trip.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Continue reading. All the other people.
All the other people. And then a rectangle. It makes me so sad. And then another rectangle. If I dwelt on it, I would go into rage to remove.
I want to swing on the chandelier, chandelier.
Remove them from the earth.
And your response to that?
Yes, baby, I hate it. It hurts. He said I could defend myself. You were easy prey for predators. You're sweet and want to please people, and they used that.
And you said, I'm sorry, and then he said,
I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed.
and you said,
Oh, baby, my love. Yes. Like that night, like last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in a sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck and I couldn't defend you. I said, thank you, baby, but I was okay. He said, but could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove images in my head. It is same, and knowing you were taken advantage of in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. And I said, yes, baby. He said to enjoy the beauty he did craft on earth. I see Renee as Eva's mom, not my wife. It is strange, but...
can we pull that back up?
He said it is strange, but there is no emotional connection. I said, well, I'm glad. I just wish I could see it that way.
And you said, I'm glad, I wish I could see it that way. Were you talking about being jealous of his relationship with Renee?
I guess you could put it that way.
Okay. You can continue to read.
I know we both have a battle to fight in our minds. He was sitting on the mantle in the background. I'm crazy, I know. But it just killed my heart. I know I see you in my mind with a bad person with your legs spread and a shitty person choking you out. That haunts me. I love you and I never want to hurt you. I'm sorry. Rectangle. Now all I see is some douchebag on top of you, fucking you with your legs spread and him choking you out and fucking you more. Right now, I literally want to kill him or them. I said, baby, don't even think like that. He said, you haven't seen the warrior side and you never.
Where'd that come from? Did I miss a text message?
Or Doug?
Are you doing things that are dangerous?
And you're going to have to speak up just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Here.
Wait, she was engaged to someone else. Now I'm even more confused. She's engaged to someone else. She's been married before. He's jealous of her or she's jealous of her dead husband. He's jealous of her dead husband. Or okay.
Are you doing things that are dangerous? To think of all the time that you were not with me and understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom.
Where was he when he was sending you these messages?
All the other people, then a rectangle. It makes me so sad. And then another rectangle. If I dwelt on it, I would go into rage to remove them from the earth.
And your response to that?
Yes, baby, I hate it.
She was dating someone while they were married? I mean, it's a little odd that his brand new wife went on a cruise like without him. I'm so confused.
It hurts. He said I could defend myself. You were easy prey for predators. That
And you said, I'm sorry, and then he said,
I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed.
and you said,
Oh, baby, my love. Yes. Like that night, like last night, just the jerks arguing near you. I was stuck and I couldn't defend. Only and knowing you were taken advantage of in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me.
She had a fling with a fellow when she left Doug to live with her mother. Well, as a potential husband, that would really piss me off too. I'd be pretty pissed. Yeah, that would definitely piss me off.
And I said, yes, baby. He said to enjoy the beauty he did craft on earth. I see Renee as, but
can we pull that back up? And you said his,
without have a battle to fight in our minds. He was sitting on the mantle in the background.
What is he, elf on a shelf?
I'm crazy, I know. But it just killed my heart. I know I see you in my mind with a bad person, with your legs spread and a shitty person choking you out. That haunts me.
I mean, even after going back and listening to the second time, I still felt like that went from 0 to 100 real quick. I mean, I don't really like it. That doesn't feel like the next thing that happens in the conversation. You know, it just feels like we jumped a whole lot. It doesn't feel like the next thing that happens in the conversation is I see you in my mind with a bad person with your legs spread and a shitty person choking you out. Feels like we missed a step. Wow.
I love you and I never want to hurt you. I'm sorry. Rectangle. Now all I see is some douchebag on top of you, fucking you with your legs spread and him choking you out and fucking you more.
That's a
right
lot.
Now I literally want to kill him or them. I said, baby, don't even think like that. He said, you haven't seen the warrior side and you never want to. I said, no one will ever touch me. I am yours. I don't.
I will continue to go back to my earlier comment though. If the person I were in a relationship with, girlfriend, engaged, or wife, were having sexual liaisons with another man, I'd be pretty pissed. So yeah. Okay. That would make it very difficult for us to continue moving forward in a relationship. Yeah.
You are right. I want to see you only as my sweet and loving husband. who was gentle to me and kind. He said we went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. And who is always there and safe. That's what I said.
She had a brief boyfriend while they're separated for a year. I'd still be pissed. I mean, you know, I'd be pissed. But, you know, because we'd be married. So, you know, oh, we're separated. Okay.
I said, let's.
We
not
were
live
on a
in the
break.
day,
We were on
He
a
said.
break.
But kill the bad people. Okay. And I said, tell me that you love me.
So this conversation was about things that you had told him that people had done to you, correct? When he's talking about, I'm imagining this, I'm imagining people choke you, he's talking about a conversation that you had had with him explaining that this had happened.
I think he was referring to on the cruise one night. I was talking to him on the phone, and I was sitting out in the hallway up at the top.
Pissed enough to be abusive, pissed enough to file for divorce for cause and insist on it. Yeah, pissed enough to file for divorce for cause. I know it's old school, but it's still on the books. So, yeah. Yeah.
Top deck, and I was just trying to get somewhere where it'd be quiet so I could talk to him. And it was near, there was some like a bar or something up there, I think, I'm not sure, but people were coming in and out, like maybe a restaurant. And while we were
I'm
talking,
gonna stop you
he
there.
heard.
Is the answer yes or no? Did,
She's saying,
He needs to allow her to finish her answer, Your Honor.
you finish your answer.
He had heard a couple guys that were talking loudly, and he got upset because he thought these guys were going to hurt me. And so he had talked about then that he imagined that, you know, I was out in the world without him and that people were going to take advantage of me and that he didn't know it was going to happen to me.
and he was afraid for your safety.
Yeah.
And he was saying that if anybody hurts you or he thinks about anybody hurting you, it sends him into a rage.
Yes.
And that scared you.
I'm sorry.
And that scared you.
Well, as I said earlier, at the time I kind of, you know, played it off in my head that he was just my new husband who was trying to be protective and like show that he loved me by kind of being, you know, manly.
Okay. So I want to talk about you having a baby. So Doug had a vasectomy removal in April of 2017, right?
Yes.
And you paid for that?
Part of it went on my debit card or my credit card.
And your intention was to get pregnant?
Yes, we had talked about that, yeah.
Okay. And this was how many months after you were married?
We got married in September, so October, November, December, January, February, March, April, 7.
And was this, during this time, you said he had started criticizing you, right? Mm-hmm. About the way you looked, your clothes, the way you acted. He was, according to you, he flipped a table, tried to flip a table.
There are dark images he's describing. Yeah, that's testosterone for you. That's testosterone for you. It's like, yeah. It's like, I understand that. It's like, I understand those dark images. Because like, yeah, that's testosterone for you. It's a hell of a drug, man. It's a hell of a drug.
Through a chair, right?
Yes.
He would scream at you.
Yes.
He would call you slut and whore,
Yes.
and you want a baby.
I mean, yeah, we were married. We wanted a family.
Okay. So the vasectomy reversal happens, and I believe you said that this baby was a surprise. Is that what you said?
Well, we weren't like planning on it right then. You know,
Were you having unprotected sex?
I suppose so.
You suppose so.
Okay. So you knew that unprotected sex would result potentially in a pregnancy.
The doctor had told us that it probably wouldn't work for a while, so it wasn't something that we thought would happen that fast.
Okay. But it did.
Yes.
How quickly? When did you get pregnant?
I guess July.
And right around this time is when you say the incident happened where Doug threw a gun at a wall,
He threw it at me.
shot a gun at the ceiling. I think you made several allegations, correct?
Yeah, he admitted to it, but yeah.
It doesn't have to necessarily be roid rage. I mean, roid rage can be a thing, but straight testosterone can do it. Guys with it's like, yeah, when your testosterone is running high, it's like I've definitely been in experiences where you have higher testosterone, and it's like, yeah, testosterone is a hell of a drug, man. It's like if your testosterone's running high, it's a hell of a drug. It doesn't necessarily have to be roids. Yeah, it's yeah.
What were you arguing about?
The guys in chat will
I
back
think
me up,
Eva
hopefully.
was part of it. I don't specifically remember.
And wasn't it true that you had a problem with Eva and you thought she was disrespecting you?
What's it like?
I wouldn't say I had a.
What's it like for testosterone to be high? Aggression, violence, domination. Testosterone creates a desire to conquer, dominate, violence, aggression, confront, conquer. It's a very aggressive drug. Yeah. Protective. Yeah, it's a hell of a thing, man.
Problem with Eva. There was a lot of tension in the house, but yeah, there's a lot of things going on that
Okay.
were not ideal.
You knew she was 15
Yeah.
and you knew she had just lost her mother tragically to death.
Yeah.
And you were how much older than her?
10 years, 9 years, 10 years.
And this tension surprised you.
No.
I remember reading I forget what it was, what context I was reading it, or what I heard about it or something. But I remember, maybe it was like on a 2020 or something. I remember hearing from a woman who was transitioning to be a man. And she was talking about being on, high amounts of testosterone, to transition to become a man. And like, she finally, for the first time in her life, understood. Like, for the first time in her life, understood she would just be walking down the street and instantly like see a beautiful woman and instantly have the desire for that like aggressive feeling of wanting to have sex with her. Like that instant aggression, dominating desire to like, that visceral dump. It's like, yeah, you understand now, don't you, baby? You understand now that you're on all this testosterone because you normally don't have testosterone in you, and now your testosterone's way jacked up because you're trying to transition, and now suddenly you understand what it's like to be a man all the time now, don't you? Yeah.
I mean, at first he had told me that she was really going to love me and that she was ready to have a woman in her life and that he wanted me to move in quickly because she needed a mom. So he made it sound like she also felt that way.
And you had no feelings of your own.
I was excited to get to be her stepmom.
And you gave her a shadow box right around this time, correct?
For Christmas, so it would have been in December.
All right. And what was the shadow box?
Do you want me to describe it?
Yes.
It was like a small picture. It had like deep sides, and like the glass was at the front of it. And there was a sand dollar that I had painted and decorated, and I put it on like a black cardstock, and I wrote a saying on it that said something about how like you can be strong through the storms, and that, you know, seashells are beautiful things that come out of storms.
And that shadow box is the reason you were arguing that day with Doug, correct?
I know it came up at one point. I don't know if that was the reason.
And what was the problem with the shadow box?
Eva had taken it apart and I guess had thrown out the thing that I made and was using the picture frame for something else.
What was she using the picture frame for?
She had put a rose from her mom's funeral in it.
And that upset you pretty badly, didn't it?
It made me really sad. I had taken a lot of time to make it for her, and I thought it was special. And
you began crying.
Yes.
And you dropped to the floor and sobbed hysterically.
Probably.
You were so upset that she put her dead mother's rose in the shadow box.
It wasn't that. It was that she took it apart. I mean, I would have bought her another shadow box.
You went to Doug and said it was disrespectful that she took this apart.
According to Doug?
No, according to you. You went to Doug and said, she's acting disrespectfully. You need to handle her. She upset me. I'm crying.
I don't remember saying that about that.
Isn't it, in fact, what you were arguing about before this whole incident with the gun and the ceiling?
Is this relevant as it relates to the daughter?
Can you approach, please?
You actually, at one point, were in the car with Doug, right?
Yes.
Okay, you were going to the bank and going to do some other errands?
I believe so.
And the entire time, you're upset about this shadow box?
I don't distinctly remember that, but the argument kind of came from there, I guess.
And in fact, it wasn't an argument, right? It was you being upset.
Well, he said that like life was out of control and he couldn't deal with the people at home and he couldn't deal with the people at the ballet. And he felt like everything was just too stressful and he was upset with everybody.
And didn't he ask you to stop?
I'm sure at some point.
And you didn't stop?
I guess not.
For the car ride? No? Yes or no?
I don't remember.
And you kept telling him you need to discipline Eva.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. And he said, let's just stop talking about this for a while. I need to think.
He was yelling at me.
So he's yelling at you, but you weren't sitting there like you are now, were you? You weren't sitting there like this.
I guess I was buckled into the car, so I probably would have been sitting further back.
And you didn't stop, and then you get home, you're still arguing, correct?
He was still yelling at me, yes.
And you're not yelling at all. And the fact that he had a gun with him when you continued to argue in the house was because he grabbed the gun from inside the car to bring his items from the car into the house, correct?
I'm not sure why he had it, I guess.
Okay. And it was in a holster.
I believe so.
And you both used to carry guns.
Mm-hmm.
You carried guns on a regular basis.
Yes, ma'am.
You have had, at the time, more than one gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually bragged, as well as Doug, about having guns, correct?
Yes.
And you would go shoot them on a regular basis?
I haven't been to their range since before the presidential election.
Okay. But during the time that you met Doug at a political event, you had one of the guns in your bra?
Yes, that's where I concealed carried.
Okay. So
Nice.
having a firearm in a car or in
I wonder
the
if she had,
house
I think
is
it's called a
not that unusual to
flashbang.
you.
No, ma'am.
I think it's called the flashbang bra holster. I'm sure they make other ones, but yeah, that was the one I always, I remembered was the flashbang, because you flash and then you go bang. I mean, why complicate naming it? It's a real product. Look it up.
All right. So after you get back inside, there's this argument that continues on and on and on and on. And you're still asking Doug to discipline Eva.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you say he was waving a gun around and threw a gun at you. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So he has a gun in his hand, could point it at you,
He did point
but
it
he
at me.
throws a gun at the wall.
No, he threw it at me. He missed me.
Okay. And it hit the wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When was this? What was the date of this argument?
I believe it was the end of June.
2017.
Yes, ma'am.
When was your wedding reception?
It was shortly after that, maybe like a week or two later. I don't remember.
If I met a woman and she was carrying a gun in her bra, I'd instantly be much more attracted to her. It's like, baby, we're going to make it pretty far. Yeah, this is, she's a ballerina with a gun in her bra. Dude, I love her already too. I want to marry her instantly too. I don't blame the guy, man. This is great. This is fantastic.
Specifically.
Okay. So even though you've been married before, you were now having a wedding reception.
Yes,
she is single. She is single, so there's that. They got that going on for me. And she's familiar with South Carolina, a state I love very much. So hey, could be matrimonial animal, and I'm 10 years younger than her former husband. So hey, there's promise there.
Married, it was just the two of us.
And at this wedding reception, you had a lot of guests come?
I'd say maybe a dozen. My friends and family came.
And they're dressed up.
Yes.
You're in your wedding dress.
Yes.
She has a boyfriend.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 10.
That's fair.
I want you to tell me what this is. Or I'm sorry, it's 100. I want you to tell me what this is. It's going to come up behind you.
She has a boyfriend? Oh, well, never mind. Never mind.
That's a picture of Kevin, Christy, me, and then Doug.
Okay. And is that a picture from the wedding reception that we just talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 101. What is that?
That's a picture of me and my friend Christy.
And is it at the same wedding reception?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 102. What is that?
Maybe she has a sister.
It's a picture of my friend Laura and me, and then my friend Christy.
And this is also at the same reception?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State will move into evidence, States 100 through 102.
Oh, that's right. She is an only child. That's right. I forgot. Never mind.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Any objection to states 100, 101, 102?
You're right. She is an only child. You're right. Never mind.
And in States 100, are you scared here of Doug?
No, I would not say no.
You said on direct examination that around this time you were living the nightmare. Those were your words, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you living the nightmare here?
Oh, no, not at that moment, no. That was a very nice day.
How about at this moment?
Oh, it was a good day.
And States 102 at this moment?
Same. It was a good day.
So you get pregnant and you decide to move in with your mother. So when do you decide to move in with your mother in Florida?
It was the end of August, I believe. I was really sick, and he brought me down to my mom's house and dropped me off.
Okay, but going to your mom's house was your choice, right?
We decided together. He said he couldn't take care of me. He was too busy, and that my mom could take care of me better. So I was happy to go.
You needed someone to take care of you while you were pregnant.
I was really sick, yes.
Okay. So you moved down with your mother at maybe August of 2017, you said?
The end of August, I believe.
Okay. But there's still this issue of the injunction in South Carolina while this is going on, this South Carolina-Florida thing, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the
Well,
question.
you said you applied for the South Carolina injunction, or you received the South Carolina injunction right around that time in 2017. Actually, I think you said November 2017.
Yes, a few months later.
So shortly
November.
after you moved in with your mother, a couple of months, you filed for an injunction in South Carolina.
Yes, ma'am.
And we talked about the fact that, or you talked with the defense about the fact that it was a mutual injunction.
Yes, ma'am.
So both parties agreed to stay away from each other, correct?
Yeah, I believe that it was for both parties to stay away.
No evidence was presented at this hearing.
I don't believe so.
None of your complaints were heard at this hearing.
There was like a written, like a filing.
But the judge, other than that, did not hear any evidence at the hearing.
That's correct.
All of that was forestalled because the two of you agreed, okay, fine, we will have this voluntary stay away order.
It was decided through the attorneys, but I believe that was, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So the judge never found that Doug Benefield was dangerous and ordered this injunction.
I'm not sure what the judge found. I don't know what you mean by that.
There was never a court finding giving you an injunction, other than you stipulated to it.
The judge ordered it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this injunction, actually, part of it says that neither party shall harass or threaten or do those types of things to each other.
Yes,
Right?
ma'am.
Okay. So then after you're in Florida, you get a package that you say was in violation of this injunction. And it's a birthday present, right?
Yes,
It's a tea set,
among other things, yes, ma'am.
and you liked tea.
I like drinking tea, yes, ma'am.
You drank tea all the time with Doug.
Yes.
Okay. And you opened this tea and you claim that it smelled so strongly that you automatically rushed it to the sheriff's office.
I didn't specifically sniff the tea. It was when I opened the box, the whole, contents had a very strong chemical smell.
So you immediately rushed it over to the sheriff's office.
No, ma'am. I immediately sealed it up and I left it in my garage.
For how long?
I don't remember specifically. It was maybe a day or two. I don't remember.
It was a little bit longer than a day or two, was it not?
I don't remember.
Okay. So after this time goes by, you take it to the sheriff's office, and you claim that this was a violation of injunction, right?
It was, yes, ma'am.
And you also claim that this was all part of Doug's poisoning scheme to poison you and your unborn child.
Hazmat informed me that there was toxic
I don't want to hear what
chemicals
someone else told you. I want to hear what you claimed, that this was part of his poisoning of you. Plan to poison you.
Well, based off of what I was told, that was the
Yes
conclusion
or
I came
no,
to.
ma'am? Yes or no? What, according to the way you felt, this gift was a part of his plan to poison you.
It concerned me, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So no charges were filed for that. correct?
Correct.
So you filed for an injunction based on the same allegations, right?
When my injunction in South Carolina was getting ready to expire, yes, I filed for one in Florida.
Okay. So when you filed in Florida, about what time was this? What date?
I could give you a ballpark. It was in the spring. I don't remember exactly
Spring
when.
of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you had left Doug in South Carolina August of 2017,
Yes, ma'am.
and you filed for an injunction in the spring of 2018,
That sounds right.
but you hadn't been living with him, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't even had any contact with him for a very long time when you filed for that injunction, right?
Well, other than him sending the box and, yeah.
Okay. So what violence were you trying to prohibit by filing this injunction? Everything that happened in South Carolina.
Well, I was just hoping that wouldn't happen again.
Okay. And at the same time you did this motion for an injunction, you also did a motion to terminate Doug's parental rights, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time that you haven't been with him in almost a year, at least half a year, there hasn't been any violence other than you say the T said. You're filing for an injunction all at the same time that you're trying to terminate his parental rights. This is all correct, right?
Sounds correct, I
And
believe.
you hadn't even had the baby yet.
As of when?
As of the time that you were trying to terminate his parental rights.
I don't remember what the date was, but it was.
I didn't even know you could terminate parental rights before birth. I didn't even know that was possible. Okay.
It would have all been around that time.
And then there's the hearing that goes on for this injunction, right? And this is in front of Judge Moreland, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had a 2-day hearing on this.
Yes, ma'am.
Partially, it was a motion for your injunction based on these issues, and it was also Doug's motion to be able to see his child, right?
I believe at some point things got consolidated, but I don't recall specifically.
So at this point, Doug had not seen his daughter.
Correct.
And your daughter was how old?
As of the date, like the last court date,
Yes.
about 6 months old.
And had there been any violence towards you between the time that you filed for this and the time when you had the hearing and she was 6 months old?
He had showed up at night in my driveway, but I mean, there's no physical contact if that's what you're asking.
Okay. And was this a time when the baby had been born?
I don't remember the date of when he was in the driveway.
How about, since we're talking about this, let's talk about the incident you talked about where the neighbor said that that Doug was there. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, ma'am. He was outside, standing in the yard at night, I guess trying to look in the windows of my house.
And where's this neighbor's house?
She is directly across the street.
Okay. And isn't it true, in fact, that this was very dark? It was very dark out.
Yes, ma'am, it was at night.
Okay. And your neighbor told you that she saw someone in her backyard walking, correct?
I think she said that when she confronted him, he kind of ran away.
Okay. She never told you he was at your window.
What she said was that he was trying to look in the windows.
In her yard.
The way the houses are situated, where he was standing, he was looking across into the windows of our house. Yes, ma'am.
She couldn't see who this person was.
Object.
She told you.
She's asking Ms. Benefield about what the neighbor knew.
She told you she could not identify this person.
She said by just looking, as dark as it was, she had a hard time identifying him by his face, but that she identified his voice.
That's interesting. So let's talk about that. So when she tells you that there's somebody in her backyard, you go to her house, right? You end up together with her.
Yes.
All right.
Not at her house, but yes.
And you play a recording that you've recorded, like a voicemail from Doug, for her, right?
She believed it was Doug, and she said that she could probably identify his voice because he had a unique voice. And so I played a voicemail I had from him, and she identified him
The fact
from
is, she
that.
didn't tell you she thought it was Doug. You just asked her if it was Doug.
I believe she contacted us and said that there was a strange man looking across into our windows, and she was freaked out, and she wasn't sure if it was him.
Okay.
I don't remember specifically. I'm sorry, this is a long time ago.
And you play a recording of Doug's voice for her.
Yes, ma'am.
And she goes, oh, that's him.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the one that was there.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is the ID that Doug was in her backyard.
I believe she also described his body type, his stature. She said he was wearing a baseball cap, which he often did. So I think that was probably
Don't a
part
lot
of
of
it.
people wear baseball caps?
She needs to allow
I'm sure.
clear answer before she cuts her off.
I've been able to follow along, so I'll overrule at this point.
There's a lot of people that are 5'9", right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
A lot of people that weigh 160 pounds.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of people that wear baseball hats.
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that this person in the backyard said to her, I live around here, I live here? Mm-hmm. Okay,
I believe so. I wasn't there for that part, but that's what I believe she told me.
thank you.
Yeah.
Now I want to move forward to 2019. Around this time, Judge Moreland had already ruled that you could not have your injunction, right?
She denied it. Yes, ma'am.
And that Doug could have immediate visitation with his daughter.
She ordered time sharing, yes.
Did you start visitation with Doug and Emerson very shortly after that hearing?
Yes, according to the court order. Yes, ma'am.
And you decided you were going to go with him on this visitation?
I offered, and he said he would be glad for me to come, so yes, I went.
This person that you lived in a nightmare with, you decided to go with him on this visitation?
Yes.
Now, the Judge Moreland hearing, when she ruled, she made it very clear that she did not see your side.
Sustained.
You had no faith that Judge Moreland was going to help you.
When I lived in DC, I used to go to Brickskeller, talking about beers. Very famous bar. Was there for a long time. Supposedly had like 1,000 different beers, although they were always out of stock of many of them. But it was pretty good. Miss Brickskeller, holla. Those who know, know. Those who know, know. Oh, man. Yeah. I do like my beers.
From that day forward.
Overruled.
You had no faith that Judge Moreland was going to help you from that day forward.
I don't know that I'd say I thought she would never help me, but I mean, she denied the injunction, yes.
So you go for this visitation with Doug, along with him and Emerson, and that begins sort of a, I think Stephanie Murphy called it like a honeymoon period or a happy period piece. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time, you spent a lot of time with Doug
Yes.
and a lot of time with Emerson,
Yes.
and you weren't scared of Doug at that time.
He was being very kind.
Okay. So you weren't scared of him at that time?
No. I mean, I had things at the back of my mind, but he was being very kind.
So then around summer of 2019, you actually make arrangements with Doug. He's going to move into your mom's
Yeah,
house.
Brickskeller's been
He wanted to
yeah.
move in, yes.
You actually,
Yeah, Brickskeller's been closed for several years at this point. I was still in DC when they closed Brickskeller. And then, of course, there was RFDs at Chinatown, which was the children of Brickskeller, but I believe RFDs has closed down too in DC. I believe it closed when I was still there, but I'm just saying, yeah, I remember when it was there. It was good times. I miss it. I've done my beer around the world thing. I like beers from all over the world. The only kind of beers I really don't like are sours. It's the only kind of beers I don't like. Everything else is kind of like depending on my mood. Right now, I've just got Sierra Nevada Pale Ale in my fridge, which is perfectly fine. But, you know, whatever.
Agreed to that.
Not specifically. He didn't really ask my opinion. He told me.
Okay. And then the date that he was supposed to move in, you made plans with him,
Hold on a
correct?
second. Sir, who's crinkling the paper? Is that Mr. O'Keefe? Sir, could you please stop? Thank you. Go ahead.
So during this time, you're speaking with Doug,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And you're talking with him about moving into your home.
He was insistent that we needed to
The
move in
answer is
together.
yes or no, please. You were talking with him.
She interrupting the answer.
If the question calls for yes or no, the questioner has the right to expect a yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't recall, as
you-
opposed to a narrative.
You were speaking with Doug about him moving into the house
Yes.
and about his things being moved and when they were going to be moved.
Yes, I'm sure.
And at any time during this, did you say to Doug, no, you're not moving in?
Yes.
You said no.
I'm sorry.
You told him, no, he cannot move in?
Yes, that's why he ultimately didn't move in, as I said,
Okay.
I can't do this.
Isn't it?
Anchor Steam doesn't exist anymore. Did you not get the memo? Did you not get the memo? Anchor Steam doesn't exist anymore. They went out of business. It's very sad. Yeah. Unless someone bought them and started producing it again.
True that, in fact, you didn't tell him no. You just weren't available the day he was supposed to move in.
No, that's not correct.
Okay. So you're saying the day he was supposed to move in, he knew he wasn't supposed to move in? Is that what you're saying?
We had a conversation that day, and I told him that I didn't want him moving in.
Okay. And then you did not take his phone calls. You would not speak with him. I think the word was ghosting. You ghosted him.
I don't know whose word that is, but that's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But visitation continued.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you continued to exchange custody of Emerson where? The sheriff's office or?
I believe at the time we were doing the sheriff's office.
And sometime around this time, you show up to this visitation with an engagement ring on, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who is Dennis Beatty?
Dennis Beatty.
Beatty. Who is that?
He was a gentleman I dated at one point.
And it was during this time that you were dating him, right?
After I told him not to move in, and then we started just doing time sharing with Emerson. Yes, after that, there was a period of time where we dated. Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it a
You
fact
were committing
that
adultery, you mean?
Doug filed for divorce after
I'd
one
ask
of
that
these
question.
visitations?
I'd ask that question. I'm such a dick.
I'm not sure when he
I'd
filed
ask
for
that
divorce
question.
specifically.
You were committing adultery?
He filed for divorce
Such a dick.
after he knew that you were dating this other man, right?
Once again, I'm not sure when he filed.
How did he find out? Did you tell him you were dating him?
No, ma'am.
Right. How did he find out?
I think he was stalking me.
It wasn't the ring on your finger?
It was not an engagement ring. ma'am.
Well, it was a ring. Did he see the ring on your finger?
If you
I'm not
like, you
sure, we
should
saw her
put a
rings all the
ring
time.
on it.
Okay. So Doug files for divorce. And all of a sudden, you file for, well, you start a bunch of complaints, correct? About his treatment of Emerson. What you
Yeah,
say, his bad
I
treatment
mean,
of Emerson.
stalking your wife is an interesting concept. I suppose it is possible to stalk your wife, but just wanting to know where she's going and stuff isn't really stalking. Although with the Tracking devices, maybe. Stalking has some interesting legal definitions sometimes, incidentally, whether something is technically stalking or not. Oh well, that's some legal nuance we don't have to get into right now.
Started coming home hurt.
It's a yes or no question. Did you file complaints about his treatment of Emerson?
Yes.
Okay. And you eventually filed for another petition to get an injunction based on those incidences that you claim happened with Emerson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you complained about the first time and nothing was done, is that correct? With the police, no charges were filed, nothing was done?
I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to.
The first complaint that was made
About.
Emerson and Doug, you agree that you made allegations.
Object. Can we approach?
Yes.
But I will definitely go on a pub crawl with you. We can absolutely go on a pub crawl, and we can have some real British ale, and we can do the Guinness factory tour, and we can do all that fun stuff. I'm in. I'm in for my UK Ireland tour. Let's go.
I'm not sure specifically what time you're referring to.
During the time that there were allegations that Doug was abusing Emerson, did you speak to the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
On numerous occasions?
I would say so, yes.
At least 5?
Probably, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during those conversations, you were making allegations that Doug was abusing Emerson, right?
Well, I was
And
explaining.
I'm a rare American. I'm a rare American because I know the difference between England, Great Britain, the UK, the Republic of Ireland, the island of Ireland, Northern Ireland. I understand these things. I'm a great American. I even know the difference between London and London because I'm just that good. I am just that well educated. I know all the things. I'm the greatest American. Good times.
The injury she'd come home with. I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened.
Okay, but you were alleging that Doug was abusing the child.
I was concerned after her pediatrician called CPS and said that she thought she was being abused.
Are you aware that pediatricians are required to call CPS when a mother alleges that?
I didn't allege anything. I brought a video to show her at the appointment, and she called
So you
CPS.
I know Scotland and Wales too.
Well, after showing her a video of some behavior, she called CPS and she informed me that I was also a mandatory reporter.
I even know about
and
like
that
the island
it
of,
would be negligent if I didn't also.
I even know about the island of Man. I know about Gibraltar. Whoa. I know too many things, man. I'm too well educated.
Call me.
Your entire country, your entire island is smaller than my damn state, though, by far. Yeah. I could drive from tip to tip of the UK and be about halfway through Texas. So, yeah. It's like, yeah, it's that old saying, that 100 years in the United States is a long time, but 100 miles in Europe or the UK is a long way. It's like, yeah, that's way too true. That's way too true. I also remember reading that from a London or a guy in the UK who lived in the UK or lived in the US, guy from the UK who lived in the US who was like saying, if someone in the US hears about like, I don't even know what a good situation to throw into this situation. It doesn't really matter. to be honest, which is part of the joke, right? If you asked like you say you live anywhere in the UK pretty much, and you're like, oh, is that near London? Right. And like the old joke or the old cliche is like, oh, those poor Americans, they have no idea where these things are, right? They have no idea where this town or that town is. That's nowhere near London. But the thing is that to an American, what is near London would be very different than to a British person or to an English person or to a UK person, right? They'd be very different concepts. So our perception of what's near London or not near London would be very different than yours. So I find that hilarious. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, your entire country is only the state of Oregon. The thing is, to an American perspective, probably everything is near London. You know, it's like, although to be fair, this does go the other way too. This does go the other way too. Although I've definitely there is this sort of running joke about the European, the UK, the European who's like, I'm coming to the United States and I'm coming to the United States and I'm going to visit New York and I'm going to visit Washington DC and I'm going to visit Disneyland and I'm going to visit California. It's like, no, the fuck you're not. It's like in the UK, these would all be next door to each other and you could do it in a weekend. In the US, no, the fuck you're not. You're not going to do all those things. You have no clue, no perspective of distance. So we get to make fun of each other. It's great. Remember, when you get to Britain, no road goes directly to where you ever need. Respect.
You brought Emerson to the pediatrician specifically for this reason, correct?
No, ma'am, she had her checkup.
Okay. But you brought this up to the pediatrician.
At the end, she asked if either of us had any questions.
And that's when you bring up, oh, she must be being abused.
No, I described to her the behavior that I was seeing, and I showed her a video, and she came to her own conclusions.
Okay. So you spoke to the sheriff's office about that investigation and other investigations, and about the investigations that Doug was abusing Emerson.
A sheriff usually.
By the way, what's the perception on whether or not UK is part of Europe or not? I know it's not part of the EU anymore. But what is the generalized view on whether the UK is part of Europe? I mean, it kind of has to be, right? But I don't know what the perception is. Like, if you ask the average person from the UK, is the UK part of Europe? What's the split on that? On whether or not the UK is part of Europe or not?
Usually comes out with the CPI from Child Protection.
And you spoke to them?
I mean, they were there when I was talking, I guess, yes.
And you were talking, making allegations against Doug, assuming that he caused injuries to Emerson.
I'm not sure of my exact words. I was trying to describe to them what I was seeing and my understanding of the situation at the time.
You filed a petition for an injunction based on those things, correct?
At the advice of my attorney, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whether your attorney advised it or not, you chose to do that, correct?
Yes, I followed the advice of my attorney.
And you were aware that if you went forward on this injunction, that it was going to be in front of Judge Moreland?
Yes, ma'am.
And this injunction hearing was supposed to take place on September 30th of 2020. Yes, 2020.
Yeah, it got moved several times, but that was a date.
Okay. So it was supposed to take place on that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And there were other things pending. Do you know what the other pending items were?
Not specifically.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
One of them was Doug's request for a divorce, correct?
Yes, we both filed for divorce at that point, yes.
So Mr. Benefield filed for divorce, you file an injunction petition, then you file for divorce.
I filed for divorce first.
Okay.
I believe.
And then you're scheduled to have this hearing on 9:30.
Yes, the hearing was scheduled for 9:30, yes.
And you're speaking with Doug during this time, right? I mean, we just
Yes.
heard 200 and whatever text messages between you and Doug.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you at any time in that say to him, I'm going to go forward with this injunction on Wednesday, on the 30th?
No, ma'am.
In fact, based on those text messages, you were dropping the petition for an injunction.
Yes, we talked about dropping everything. Yes.
No, you talked about it, but you said you were going to.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is what the result of the mediation was, that there was not going to be any mediation really because you were reconciling.
Yeah, we agreed, I guess, in order to move to Maryland. My understanding, the attorneys were advising us to, if we closed things down, that it would make it easier, like legal-wise, for us to relocate.
So you were telling Doug that's what you were going to do.
Yes, we were trying to work things out so we could all go to Maryland, yes.
And drop the injunction.
That was one of the things.
And you wanted him to drop everything, right? The motion to release the report, the dissolution of marriage, you wanted him to drop everything.
No, we filed a joint stipulation so we could get the report.
But then you asked him to drop that, didn't you?
I know we kind of went back and forth with so many things.
Okay. You never had any intention of not going forward on your injunction.
Honestly, it was kind of one of those things that some days I thought that maybe I should, and some days I thought that I shouldn't.
So during this 1 week before you shot Doug, you're talking and you're saying to him things like, oh, we're packing boxes, we're getting everything together. This whole time, you knew you weren't going to stop that injunction hearing.
I hadn't decided yet.
Okay. Your attorney testified that you were going forward on that injunction hearing.
She was advising me to keep it.
Okay. So during this time when you're telling Doug to bring different boxes, bring tape, you asked him to go to Selby Gardens, right?
Yes, we all went. I think we got lunch. We brought Emerson so she could play.
Okay. And you are having conflicted emotions about whether to go forward on an injunction
Yes, ma'am.
while you're out having these types of experiences with Doug.
Yeah, sometimes things are really good and other times they weren't.
Okay. And so how about, let's see. This is part of State's Exhibit 98.
I don't even know what it's doing. I think it's giving you clues that I gotta guess.
Is it like with words? Not safe.
Get real?
Second word.
Really?
Like working mother, not a working mother.
Working mother, not a working mother?
Not a working mother. I live in a
Slum.
people that are like
Oh no, it's running out of time.
I live in a
House.
and
Real house. White.
put together.
Housewives of. Oh, real. Oh.
What the fuck am I watching and why the fuck am I watching it? What is this evidence of? Why is it happening? What the hell is happening? What the
And this video was taken the week before you shot him, right?
I don't know the exact date.
When was? I mean, in your mind, it was very close to the time, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure it was right around then. I don't remember when it was.
And during this time that you were having these text messages with Doug and you're planning to move to Maryland, there's no violence going on?
No.
No?
I guess not, no.
He's not hitting you.
No, ma'am.
He's not choking you.
No, ma'am.
He's not shoving you around.
No, ma'am.
So this entire time, there is no violence going on.
Oh, I don't know specifically what time frame you're talking about. I'm sorry.
But during this, let's say from 2018 to 2019, when you're not living with him,
I mean, if you classify violence as him like
I'm asking
punching
if
me or
there's
choking
physical
me,
violence
I mean,
during this time.
he could be rough sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he ever punch you?
Not during that time, no.
Did he ever hit you?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever use a weapon against you during that time?
Not during that time, no.
So in between the time of 2019 to 2020, where you shot him, was there any physical violence?
Like I said, sometimes he'd be a little rough, you know?
But other than
What does that
he
mean?
never was physically violent.
What does that mean? He's a little rough. What does that exactly mean? He's rough. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Was he shaking you? Was he? What was he? What does that mean to be rough? What exactly does that mean? I don't know what that means. She's implying in bed? Okay, well, first of all, some people like it that way. Second of all, did you say that you didn't like it that way? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, what the? Okay.
He didn't like punch holes in the walls or anything like that, no.
So when I asked you if has he been violent, you said, well, he didn't punch holes in the walls. Is that what you just said?
That's what I just said, yes, ma'am.
So punching a hole in a wall to you is a definition. When I ask, was he violent? Your definition of that is punching a hole in a wall.
I think that is violent.
Okay.
DV is messed up. I'm not saying DV isn't messed up. I'm literally saying I don't know what it means. I literally am saying I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means. What does it mean to be rough? What exactly does that mean? What was he doing? Shaking, hitting, slapping, choking. I mean, what exactly was he doing? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Not sure
I
what
got
you're
nothing.
asking.
I'm looking great. Thank you. Someone complimented me on my looks. I feel pretty now.
Hang on just a second.
Thank you. You have to ask before you get rough in bed? That is not how that works.
So I want to get to the day that all of this happened. This happened on a Sunday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're moving on, or you have a hearing on Wednesday,
I believe that's correct, yes,
and you're
ma'am.
moving right after that.
I think the actual day of move was kind of in flux. It seemed like it changed 1,000 times.
You're all getting in the car together, not together, but you're driving cars together to go to Maryland.
That's how it works with BDSM?
Yeah, I believe he was going
Fair.
to be driving the U-Haul and pulling his truck. And I think that my mom was driving her car and I was driving mine.
And you were telling him during that time that you were going to move to Maryland and attempt to reconcile.
No, ma'am.
You weren't telling him that.
No, not in those words, no.
Did you hear Dr. Broder testify about that? That he said that when you were with Doug.
Objection here, sustained.
So you're denying that you ever told Doug that you were wanting to reconcile with him?
I said I wanted to find a way that we could do things together as a family for Emerson's sake, you know, and that's why we started doing things differently. He wanted to move back in, you know, together.
I don't really
and I told
believe
him
her.
that I didn't want to do
I don't
that.
believe her
Felt comfortable
testimony.
with that.
I don't believe
Did you
her.
say that in Dr. Broder's office? In front of Doug?
I don't believe her.
No, not in front of him.
So When you're
I don't
with
believe
a
her.
safe person, a psychologist, you're not.
He wasn't hitting her. He wasn't choking her. He wasn't threatening her. He wasn't violent. He wasn't violent. Maybe he was a little rough, whatever the fuck that means. You know, maybe he was a little rough, whatever that means. And basically without punching, hitting, slapping, choking, or whatever, you know, at one time, apparently he hit her, maybe. And then we basically brought out the gun and shot him. I don't buy her story, man. I don't buy her testimony. I don't find her believable. I don't find her credible. I think she's exaggerating at best. I think she is malingering. I don't think she's credible. I'm inclined to convict because this all comes down to justification, right? This all comes down to justification because she doesn't deny performing the act. She doesn't deny performing it intentionally. So we have every element of murder. All that's left is the affirmative defense, right? Because, well, that's true pretty much of any affirmative defense, basically speaking. She's basically conceded every element of the crime. The only thing left is the affirmative defense. So it comes down to whether or not you believe in the justification. Whether you believe there was an imminent threat of death or grievous bodily harm at the moment she pulled the trigger, basically, right? And she can't even really do a battered spouse syndrome kind of thing because she's not a battered spouse, right? She can't basically argue such a long period of abuse that she, you know, thought that it was an omnipresent force that was going to come get her anything. So she doesn't really even have battered spouse, right? So battered spouse defense is kind of out. All that's left is standard justification. Is basically trying to prove he was a life-threatening threat at that point, and I just don't believe her testimony. I don't believe it. I think she's guilty. I don't believe it. Abusers will hurt and damage what's around you to put you in fear. Yeah, but yeah, it's not enough for me. I'm not buying this. I'm not buying it. I am not buying it. I'm voting guilty.
Telling Doug this.
What? I'm sorry.
My colors are showing red flag
You're saying
because I don't believe her. Because I don't believe her. This is just a straight up question of fact, right? This is a straight question of fact, right? Because you're presupposing the very thing we're trying to argue against, right? It's like you should believe victims of domestic violence, but is she a victim of domestic violence? And it's like, and I don't believe her. I don't find her testimony credible. I don't find her credible. I don't think that even if I were inclined to believe her, I don't think that the things that she's saying are sufficient to believe that there's a deadly threat at that moment. As a matter of law, I don't think that it's correct. So I just don't believe her. I don't know whether that's red flags or not. I don't think it's red flags. I just don't believe her. I don't believe her testimony. What more do you want from me? I don't find her credible. So that's what I think.
that you told Doug when it was just the two of you that you didn't want to move in together.
Yes, ma'am.
And you felt safe telling him, I don't want to move in with you. Right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, we had that conversation many times, yes.
But you're in front of this psychologist who one would think is a safe environment with Doug sitting next to you. You hear Doug say to Dr. Broder, we are going to Maryland and we are going to try and reconcile. And you don't feel safe enough to say to Dr. Broder, no, that's not what I want to do.
I would want to make him look bad in front of somebody else.
Okay. Oh, really?
Sure. With him in front of anybody.
You didn't really want to. You didn't want to talk to the doctor. You didn't. Who the trained therapist that you didn't agree with them, even in the safe space. You didn't say it. Really?
Load up the truck, get everything done, and then move very shortly after the court hearing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had no intention of dropping that injunction, so you knew on the day of that hearing, he was going to know, right?
I'm sorry?
You knew that Doug was going to know that you had no intention of reconciling with him.
It's never safe to talk in front of your abuser to a doctor?
I think he understood where I was.
Really?
Okay.
Then what's the point of going to one in the first place?
Between you and him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree
that doesn't make
those
sense.
text
That doesn't make sense. If it's not safe to go and talk to a doctor with your, then why even go? Why are you going? What's the point? Right? If it's not safe to talk to the doctor, I'll accept your premise. If it's not safe to talk to the doctor in the presence of the person who's doing abuse, why are you even going in the first place? What are you hoping to accomplish? What's the point of going? Why even go? What's the point? You go because the court's watching? No, they're not. The point of going is to avoid getting hit. How? How would going accomplish that objective? If you can't even talk about what you're thinking and feeling, how would going accomplish that objective? If the court's watching, you tell the doctor because that's how you win. That too. Keep the peace. How does going to the doctor accomplish that objective? With him, how does that accomplish that objective? I don't understand. How does it accomplish that objective? To appease the abuser? Is the abuser the one that wants to go to the doctor in the first place? If the abuser is the one that wants to go to the doctor in the first place, then I guess that would appease him. But otherwise, I don't understand. Okay, I don't know. It's obvious in the chat who's had experience with DV and who hasn't. Well, for better or worse, a jury of our peers is obviously going to be a broad swath of the population, some of whom who do have experience and some of whom who don't. One of the reasons we have juries in the first place is to try to get a wide swath of opinions. So I'll try to offer my opinion. I've been in relationships that have been problematic in the past. But I don't know.
Messages do not indicate that.
It doesn't say we're getting back together, moving in together.
It doesn't say we're not going to reconcile.
I mean, not specifically, no, I wasn't going to argue with him.
If you got your injunction on that day, September 30th, how would you have moved together?
Speculative.
What was your plan if that injunction was
Speculative.
granted?
Different question.
Objection. Speculative.
No. You can approach.
I'm going to do a poll. We could do a poll. Well, I suppose the question is, what exactly is the question we're asking? I guess we could just ask guilty or not guilty. I don't even know if that's the right question to ask at this point, but we'll give it a shot.
About moving to Maryland with them?
I don't know that I really had a plan. I wasn't even sure whether or not I was going to go through the injunction at that point.
Okay.
There's something funny. Take care.
You knew Doug was coming over.
Yes.
You invited him over
Yes.
to help you move stuff in the house,
Well, specifically stuff in the garage, but yes.
stuff in the garage to the truck. Mm-hmm. Right. And he came to your house a couple of times. He came and then left and then came back again.
Yeah, I believe he came twice that day.
It's like, even if I did believe her story, I still don't think I'd vote not guilty, even if I did believe her story, because I just don't think it's sufficient. under the law. I just don't think it's sufficient because, you can never take that bullet back, right? You can never take that bullet back. So we only allow people to use deadly force in response to an imminent threat or ongoing threat of deadly force. And it's like, even if I believed he had violent tendencies, I'm not sure that I believe that he posed that kind of threat in that moment, given what track record exists. It's just so much of a leap. It's just so much of a leap. He was potentially externally violent, but never really violent towards her except for some roughness, whatever that means. And then if you believe her that for the first time she hit him, he hit her, and then basically immediately led to gunfire. It's just too much. I'm not sure even if I believe her that I'd give her a not guilty. It's just, it doesn't seem proportional.
And there is a gate to your community.
Mm-hmm.
And when he's at the gate, you had to let him in.
Sometimes, because he was frequent in and out, sometimes the gate remembers license plates, and sometimes it opens and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes he would just follow people in. The gate kind of stays open for a while. Yeah, sorry.
But on this day, you weren't concerned about him coming over.
No, I knew he was coming.
Okay. And when he came over, your mother and Emerson went to the park.
I believe they were headed there. I'm not sure. I think they were down the driveway or on the sidewalk, something like that. They were on their way there.
You weren't so afraid that you wanted your mother to stay there and watch.
No, we were just packing to move.
Okay, so you weren't afraid.
I definitely didn't expect this to happen.
So it was okay with you that your mother left?
Yeah, at that time.
Okay. So if I heard you right during your direct, you said he bumped your shoulder twice. Body check, I don't know if that's what you called it. He walked into you with a box, right?
Yes.
And then at the end, you say he slapped you?
He hit me. I wouldn't know how to classify it. He struck me, he hit me.
Was his hand open or closed?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And because of those things, you claim that you thought he was going to kill you.
He had never hit me before.
Okay. And you thought he was going to kill you.
He wouldn't let me leave. I tried to leave, he stopped me.
The question is, you thought he was going to kill you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Now, when you were in the bedroom, you decided to get your firearm. And it was where?
It was in a storage bin on top of the laundry basket.
Okay. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 52. If you could turn around and look at that.
Well,
Where was your firearm?
It was in the bin on top of the basket.
Here?
That's the basket. The laundry
Where was the
basket.
bin?
It's that right on top.
Okay. So it was in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you have a firearm in there?
I had just emptied all the furniture and everything out of my room, and it was kind of like what was left from my drawers, and so it got put into a bin.
Okay. And that was not your only firearm in that room, correct?
Correct.
You had a firearm in the closet.
My carry gun was in my backpack, which was my purse at the time.
So in this room, with a mattress and a broom and a hamper, you had 2 firearms.
Yes.
So you go into the room and you grab your firearm. Is it in a holster?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you claim that Doug does what?
He came and slammed the door open. He was standing in the doorway. He said, "You're fucking done."
He said, "You're fucking done." And that made you fear for your life.
Yeah.
Can we turn the lights up, please? Thank you. So he says you're fucking done, and you point the gun and you shoot.
I held it out in front of me first so he could see it. And I said, stop.
Judge, if I could have her step down so she can demonstrate.
You may.
If you could just come down.
We're gonna do a little show and tell action. That could be interesting. Are you gonna put the gun in her hand? That's always good.
Opens the door and does what?
I'm standing in the doorway, kind of like this. And he said, you're fucking done. And I held the gun out in front of me. I said, stop. He got into this like fighting pose where he like turned sideways. And he was like moving around with his like arms in his hands. And he started like inching forward towards me.
So he why do you call it a fighting stance?
Well, he looks like a fighter. Like
This is what a fighter does, people.
I don't know, like
This is a fighting stance right here.
Okay, so
Here's your fighting stance.
he's standing there, he turns to like this and starts moving his arms around. Well, show me, what was he doing?
You know, like I really got like this, and he was like making like fighting motions. I don't know, I'm not a fighter, I don't know.
Okay.
It was scary.
Did he have his hands in fists?
Not at that point, they were like, I don't know.
Was he coming at you like this?
And he lunged at me, he came very quickly.
Okay, so he lunged. Was his fist up when he
I
lunged?
don't remember.
So you start shooting, and he does what?
He kept coming at me.
Okay, so then you keep shooting again. And he falls down on his back.
His legs went up in the air.
Okay, where do his legs go?
In the air.
How high in the air?
I don't know.
Did they go over his head?
I don't know, it's like his feet slipped out.
Okay.
And his feet and his legs went up in the air.
And were you still shooting at the time?
I don't remember.
You can have a seat.
Can't disprove self-defense. I don't know. We're doing a pretty good job of it to me. I think we're doing a pretty good job of disproving self-defense to me. Apparently what justifies the murder is this gesture.
So after this incident, you claim that you had swelling to your face, right?
Yeah, cry harder.
It's going to take a minute. All right, where's the jury? Can you please close up your notes, put them on your chairs.
She is faking. She is faking. She is a liar. She is a liar.
Amongst yourselves. Don't discuss it with anybody outside the jury. Don't do any research like we've talked about. All right, y'all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Usual questions. Did anybody discuss the case or anything about the case amongst yourselves with anybody outside the jury or do any research? Everybody says no.
Am I laughing at her crying? Yes, I am. Because it's absurd. I'm laughing at the comedy. I'm laughing at the farce. It is fake farce, and yes, I'm laughing because it's absurdly
After
stupid.
this incident,
You're losing all your respect for me? Okay. Noted.
And that would be to the left side of your face?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be where?
Don't make fun of this. I'll make fun of any damn thing I please.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 103. I'm going to put it up on the big screen. Can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture of me.
And when was it taken?
I will make fun of any damn thing I please.
I have no idea.
Was this taken before you met Doug?
I believe so.
Why does she look like a
I'm gonna
headshot
show
for
you
Agent
State's
Scully?
Exhibit 104.
Why does she look like Scully from the X-Files?
And I'll move it up a little bit. When was this picture taken?
I believe in October of 2020.
Wasn't it taken on November 4th of 2020?
I believe that's correct. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Really? That was shorter than I expected.
Redirect.
No further questions.
All right, man.
Okay.
You can retake your seat. Just leave that exhibit there. No, you're not.
Well, we got to the end, guys. We got to the end. And yeah, I don't believe her. I don't believe her. I find her entire testimony to be not credible. She comes off as unbelievable. Her entire emotionality seems forced and contrived, exaggerated. It seems performative. She just does not come off to me as credible. I assume something happened, but it wasn't enough for murder or enough for a self-defense. So I will take, obviously something happened. They were obviously going through some kind of hard time. Didn't the medical examiner say that he was shot in the back? Didn't the medical examiner say that he was shot in the back? Hold on. In the side? The side? Side near the nipple? Okay, fair enough. Side and back of the leg? Okay, fair enough. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. So I guess we'll do a poll. Do you believe her? Do you believe her? Yes, no. That's an easy one. I vote no. I do not believe her. Yeah. It feels contrived, forced, performative. Just feels they're obviously having some kind of marital problems. But I don't believe her. Partial truce. Yeah. I think that's correct. I think there are seeds of truth in what she's saying. In what she's saying, but it's all exaggerated. And even exaggerated, it's just like doesn't feel like enough for a self-defense. It feels all it feels overextended. It feels overwrought. Thank you, K Music. Thank you, K Music Taylor, for the upgrade membership to the Uncivil Posse. We do appreciate it. Google searches, cop calls, poison planned. Yeah. Marital problems, generational problems. I don't know about that. Again, I have no problem if an 18-year-old or whatever wants to marry anyone of any age. You're an adult, you do you. Uncivil law would prefer to find someone who's younger if possible, because I'd still like to have children if I can. I'm 43. So if I could find someone, under the age of 30 to marry, that'd be great. That'd be nice. And if we fall in love and we get married and we have a wonderful relationship, then why not? I just, you're either an adult or you're not. I refuse to parse this out. If you're 18, you're either an adult or you're not. I utterly refuse to parse this out any further. You're 18, you're an adult, you're responsible for your decisions. They may or may not be good decisions. They may or may not have consequences, but you're responsible for your decisions or you're not. And I absolutely refuse to infantilize her. That is some bullshit. I don't care if he's 30 years her senior. She knew that when she was going in. She also knew she only knew him for 2 weeks. And she decided to get married. So that's on her. She's responsible for her decisions. So, and I refuse to give her any slack. That's some bullshit. So, yeah. I do not have any children. I've never been married and I have no children. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, your hubby's 24 years older, but super smart and funny. So I snagged him. See, there you go. There you go. That's it, right? Yeah. So it's good stuff. You had a baby with a 40-year-old when you're 28. See, there you go. Yeah, it can happen. How do I prove that she's lying apart from her demeanor? That would do it. Right? Credibility is purely an assessment for the jury. Right? I just don't find her credible. I told you already the answer. You just don't like the answer, but I'll tell you again. I find her demeanor to be forced, overwrought, overextended, not genuine. I find it to be contrived. I find it to be performative. I find it to be exaggerating. I find it to be unauthentic. That is my assessment based on watching her. That's why you have live witness testimony, so you can observe it and make those decisions. I don't believe her. Also, I just don't find her story credible and sort of the details. It's like, yeah, he was violent. It was a nightmare and he was violent, but I invited him over to help me pack and like all the rest of it. It's like, it just doesn't feel credible. It doesn't feel correct. And it just feels overextended. I don't know what else to tell you. Yeah. Yeah, body language is also the majority of communication. I just don't believe her. I think there's some elements of truth in there somewhere. I just don't believe it went down for that. That's what I think. If your husband hurts you, ever get someone else involved? I certainly don't think it's acceptable to ever punch your significant other. And that goes both ways, incidentally, for men and women. Although it seems that when women physically abuse men, that women seem to laugh at it. And there's like lots of examples about this. I remember a time when it was like Dr. Phil or something. I remember this guy, maybe I can find the clip while we're talking, but this guy was talking about he was the victim of domestic violence and talking about his girlfriend and how the girlfriend like locked him out on a balcony and all the rest of it. And the entire audience laughed at him. And like it was Dr. Phil or someone like stopped them and it's like, dude, that's not appropriate. If this were a woman telling the exact same story, you'd want to string the guy up, but the guy tells it and you laugh at him, for being the victim of domestic violence. When men get abused, women seem to laugh at it often, or that seems to be a thing. So, yeah. Yeah. And men can't win. Men can't win when it comes to female domestic violence. Because if they don't fight back, well, you let a woman beat you up. And if you do fight back, well, you're a man who just beat up a woman. Right? So men can't win. Right? If a man engages in lawful self-defense against a woman, why can she slap? Why can she slap? She can slap, but I slap back and suddenly I'm the bad guy. It's like, it's like that doesn't make sense. Yeah. Women can't win? That's possible too, that women can't win. That's fair. That's fair. I couldn't speak to a woman being abused, obviously. Why is my face so red? That'd be why. Yeah. You didn't say it to be mean? Women do sometimes lie about DV as well. Yeah. Yeah. If you think she spoke the truth, not guilty. I'm not sure even if even she spoke the truth, it's not guilty. Because I just don't really think that in that moment that there was a sufficient threat based on what I know. But even if I believed it, I don't think so. Yeah. All right. I think I'm going to go ahead and sign off for now. Does state prove their case? In my view, yes. In my view, yes, because this all comes down to her, right? Because she concedes to every element of the crime. The only thing left is the justification. So did they disprove it? Well, I think the defendant did it well enough herself. Because I can, I choose to. I don't believe her. So yeah, I don't think there was a sufficient threat. I think she used too much force too fast, and I think that's murder. All right, guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and sign off for now. I will be on later. If there's stories you want to cover or something, of course, just remember, of course, you can come to Uncivil Law and let me know what stories you want to cover. We come to our Discord. We have nice conversations there. It'll be fun. The majority of you don't believe her. It'll be very interesting, of course, to see if the jury comes back with a verdict and what it is. So we'll see how the jury chooses to resolve it, because of course they are the finders of fact, and 12 of them have to agree. So we'll see what they want to agree to, but we'll see how it goes. I've been Uncivil Law. Until later, my friends, I hope all is well. Cheers, my friends, for now, and goodbye.